Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been a wildlife trapper for almost 8 years now, mostly dealing with nuisance animals like raccoons, possums, and occasionally gators when they get too close to residential areas here in Florida. But I'm writing this because of something that happened last summer that I still can't explain, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. It was mid-July, around 11 at night. The air was thick with humidity. You know how Tampa gets in the summer, where even at night it feels like you're breathing through a warm, wet towel. My buddy Scott and I were setting up live traps for some otters that had been causing problems at this fishing pond just outside the city. The property manager had called us because these otters were tearing up some expensive equipment and scaring away visitors. We'd been working there for about 3 hours already. The moon was nearly full that night, which was good because it meant we didn't have to use our headlamps much. The less light pollution, the better chance we had of not spooking the otters. Scott was handling the bait, small fish and some crushed crayfish that drives otters crazy, while I was setting the tension on the trap doors. The pond itself was pretty big, maybe 2 acres, with a wooden walking bridge that crossed over the narrowest part. We'd already set up 4 traps around the perimeter, and we're heading to the bridge to place our last 2. Scott was carrying our gear while I walked slightly ahead with my flashlight pointed down at the ground so we wouldn't trip on any roots. "Dude, my back is killing me," Scott complained. "Why'd we save the bridge for last?" "Because it's the most exposed area," I explained. "We want to minimize our time there so we don't leave too much human scent." We got to the bridge and started setting up. It was one of those simple wooden structures, maybe 40 feet long, with railings on both sides. We were about halfway across when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. In Florida, that's unusual, especially on a July night. "You feel that?" I asked Scott. "Feel what?" "Got cold all of a sudden." He shrugged. "Probably just a breeze off the water." I was about to agree when I noticed someone standing at the far end of the bridge. It looked like a guy in a dark hoodie, just standing there, facing us. "Heads up," I said quietly to Scott. "Someone's there." Scott straightened up and squinted. "Park's closed, isn't it?" "Yeah. Manager locked the gates after we came in." We both stared at the figure who hadn't moved. I raised my hand in a casual wave, thinking maybe it was a park employee or security guard we hadn't been told about. "Hey there," I called out. No response. The figure started walking toward us. Something about the way it moved made my skin crawl. It was smooth, almost like it was gliding instead of taking steps. "Can we help you?" Scott called out, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. The figure kept coming. It was about 20 feet away now, and I still couldn't make out a face inside that hood. The moonlight was bright enough that I should have been able to see features, but there was just darkness. Then, as it got about 10 feet from us, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. I couldn't see its legs anymore. From the waist down, there was nothing there. I blinked hard, thinking it was a trick of the shadows on the bridge. But no, this person, or whatever it was walking toward us with no visible lower half. And then, as I watched in absolute horror, the entire figure started to fade. Not like it was walking into shadows, but like it was literally becoming transparent. I could see the trees behind it through its torso. "Jake?" Scott's voice sounded far away, even though he was right next to me. "Where'd that guy go?" I couldn't speak. I was frozen, watching as this thing completely vanished about 6 feet in front of us. 1 second it was there, faint but visible, and the next, gone. "Jake?" Scott repeated, shaking my arm. "What the hell, man? Where'd he go?" I finally found my voice. "He disappeared." "What do you mean, disappeared? People don't just disappear." I'm telling you, Scott, he was there, and then he just faded away, like literally faded into nothing. Scott stared at me, then looked back to where the figure had been. His face went pale. Bullshit. He must have jumped off the bridge or something. Into 4 feet of water in the dark, and we didn't hear a splash? We both instinctively flashed our lights down at the water. Nothing. No ripples, no movement. Scott suddenly grabbed all our gear. We're done for tonight. Screw this. We still have 2 more traps. I said we're done. I've known Scott since high school. He's 6'2", played linebacker, and I'd never seen him scared of anything. But right then, he looked like a terrified kid. Without another word, he turned and practically ran back the way we came. I grabbed what gear I could and followed him, constantly looking over my shoulder. My flip-flops, yeah, not the best trapping footwear I know, kept catching on the wooden planks of the bridge as I hurried after him. By the time we got back to the truck, Scott was already in the driver's seat with the engine running. I threw the equipment in the back and jumped in. Neither of us spoke as we drove to the gate, called the manager to let us out and headed home. That night I barely slept. I kept seeing that faceless figure in my mind, the way it moved, the way it just ceased to exist right in front of me. The next morning, Scott called me around 9. His voice sounded steadier than it had the night before. "We need to finish the job," he said. "Manager's expecting results." "After what happened?" "Look, it was probably just some homeless guy messing with us. He probably jumped off when we weren't looking. I wasn't convinced, but I agreed to meet him back at the pond at 10. When we arrived, the manager was there to let us in. He was a middle-aged guy named Richard with a permanent sunburn and a Tampa Bay Buccaneers cap that had seen better days. As we were collecting our gear from the truck, I decided to ask him, "Hey Richard, does anyone ever report seeing strange things around here, especially near that bridge?" Richard's hand, which had been reaching for his coffee cup, froze mid-air. "What kind of strange things?" I shrugged, trying to sound casual. "I don't know, just weird stuff, like people who shouldn't be there." Richard was quiet for a moment, then sighed. "You saw him, didn't you? The hoodie kid." Scott and I exchanged looks. "You know about this?" Scott asked. Richard nodded slowly. "About 3 years ago, a young man committed suicide off that bridge. He was 17, had some mental health issues, always wore hoodies, even in the summer heat. The park put up a small memorial for him near the east end of the bridge, but we had to remove it because it was attracting too many ghost hunters and teenagers looking for thrills." My mouth went dry. "And people see him?" "Not many. Maybe half a dozen reports in the 3 years since it happened. Always the same description. Young guy in a dark hoodie, no visible face, sometimes appears to have no legs. Always on or near the bridge." Scott looked like he was going to be sick. "Why didn't you warn us before sending us out there at night?" Richard shrugged. "Most people think it's just stories. I've worked here 5 years and never seen anything myself. Didn't want you guys thinking I was crazy." We finished checking our traps from the previous night, empty of course, and set the last 2 as quickly as possible, avoiding the bridge entirely. Neither of us wanted to go anywhere near it in daylight, let alone come back that night to check them. I called our friend Colby that afternoon. He's into all that paranormal investigation stuff, has all the equipment, watches all the shows. I figured if anyone would believe us, it would be him. Plus, having a third person along might make us feel safer. Colby was ecstatic when I told him what happened. "Dude, that's a Class A apparition experience. We have to go back tonight. I'll bring my cameras, EMF detectors, everything." Scott was reluctant, but eventually agreed. I think he wanted proof that he wasn't going crazy. So that night, around 10, the 3 of us met at the pond. Richard had given us the gate code, telling us to be careful and respectful. Colby brought enough gear to film a small movie, night vision cameras, voice recorders, something he called a spirit box that made annoying static sounds, and even a laser grid that supposedly could detect movement. We looked ridiculous walking through the woods to the bridge, loaded down with all this equipment. "So, this is where you saw it?" Colby asked when we reached the bridge, setting up a tripod with one of his cameras. Yeah, right about in the middle, I confirmed, feeling uneasy just standing there. Colby was in his element, adjusting settings on his cameras and checking readings on his devices. Scott and I stood awkwardly nearby, both of us constantly scanning the area. We spent about an hour on that bridge. Colby asked questions into the darkness, recorded EMF readings that meant nothing to me, and generally acted like he was on one of those ghost hunting shows. Nothing happened. No temperature drops, no mysterious figures, nothing. Maybe we should try the trail leading to the bridge, Colby suggested, already packing up his equipment. That trail was narrow, winding through dense trees and underbrush. The three of us walked single file, Colby first with his camera, then me, then Scott bringing up the rear. The only sounds were our footsteps, the distant chorus of frogs, and the occasional splash from the pond. We'd gone maybe 100 yards down the trail when Colby suddenly stopped. Did you guys see that? See what? Scott asked, his voice tense. Something moved over there. Colby pointed his camera toward a cluster of trees about 20 feet off the trail. I squinted into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a shadow seemed to detach itself from one of the trees. It was darker than the surrounding night, a void that seemed to absorb what little light there was. What the hell is that? Scott whispered. The shadow moved slowly, not toward us, but parallel to the trail, as if keeping pace with us from a distance. It had no definite shape, just a darkness that seemed more solid than it should be. Colby was filming frantically, whispering commentary into his camera. Incredible, possible shadow figure at approximately 20 feet. The shadow stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then it began to change. It seemed to grow taller, stretching upward until it was roughly human-shaped, but unnaturally tall, maybe 7 feet. And then, I'll never forget this as long as I live, 2 red pinpricks of light appeared where eyes would be. Guys, I said, my voice barely audible, we need to go. Now. As if it heard me, the shadow figure's head snapped in our direction. Those red eyes fixed on us, and beneath them a white slash appeared, like a grinning mouth stretched too wide. Colby's camera dropped to his side. Holy shit. The thing moved then, not walking or running, but surging toward us like a wave of darkness. It made no sound, but I swear I could feel its rage, its hunger. We ran, all 3 of us, abandoning equipment, dignity, everything. I lost my flip-flops somewhere on that trail. Scott actually threw his camera at the thing when it got too close. I don't think any of us breathed until we reached the truck. We peeled out of that parking lot so fast we left rubber on the pavement. None of us spoke for the first 10 minutes of the drive home. Finally, Colby broke the silence. That wasn't your hoodie, kid. No shit, Scott replied, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. That was something else. Something feeding off the energy there. I didn't care what it was. I just knew I was never going back. I called Richard the next day and told him we'd have to cancel the contract. Made up some excuse about equipment issues. He didn't push it, just said, I understand. Be well. I never recovered my flip-flops or the equipment we left behind. Scott and I never discussed it again by unspoken agreement. Colby tried to convince us to go back better prepared, but we shut that down fast. It's been almost a year now. I still trap wildlife all over Tampa, but I make sure to finish every job before dark. And if a client mentions a pond with a bridge, I find someone else to refer them to. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't want to know, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I see those red eyes and that white slash of a smile coming for me in the darkness. And I wonder if whatever it was followed us home. Story 2. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of what happened in that house all those years ago. But I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has gone through something similar. I grew up in Silverton Heights, in a 2-story house my grandfather had bought for us when I was 4. It was supposed to be our fresh start after my parents' divorce, just me and my mom. I was about 6 when things started happening. At first, it was small stuff that we brushed off, items disappearing and reappearing in strange places, cold spots in rooms that shouldn't have been cold. But then it escalated. One night I was doing homework at the kitchen table when the cabinet where my mom kept her fine china, the stuff we only used for special occasions, just flew open. I don't mean it drifted open or anything like that. It flew open, like someone had yanked it with all their strength. Every single plate, cup, and saucer came crashing down. The noise was deafening. My mom came running in from the laundry room, her face white with shock. "What happened?" she asked, staring at the mess. I just sat there, pencil still in my hand. "I didn't touch it, Mom. It just opened by itself." She didn't believe me at first. How could she? But I saw the doubt in her eyes when she examined the cabinet. The door had been firmly shut, and the latch wasn't broken. There was no reason for it to open, especially not with that much force. A few weeks later, a huge portrait of my grandfather fell off the wall in the middle of the night. This thing was secured with heavy-duty hooks. My uncle had installed them himself because the portrait was so heavy. We found it the next morning. The frame cracked, but the glass somehow intact. What freaked me out most was that it had fallen straight down, not at an angle like you'd expect if it had just slipped off the hook. Then the touching started. I'd be lying in bed, almost asleep, when I'd feel what seemed like fingers gently stroking my back or running through my hair. The first time it happened, I thought it was my mum checking on me. I rolled over, expecting to see her, but no one was there. The room was empty, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. When I finally worked up the courage to tell my mum about it, she went pale. She'd been experiencing the same thing, feeling something touch her while she slept. Sometimes she'd wake up with the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of her bed, the mattress visibly depressed, but no one was there. The voices started when I was 8. I'd hear my name being called, always in my mum's voice. But when I'd go looking for her, she'd be nowhere near where the voice had come from. Sometimes she'd be out running errands, not even in the house. Once, I heard my mum calling me from upstairs, begging for help, saying she was hurt. I ran up in a panic, only to find her pulling into the driveway through my bedroom window. She'd been grocery shopping for the past hour. After my dad died when I was 12, things got worse. I started having these vivid nightmares where I wasn't myself. Instead, I was something watching myself sleep. It's hard to explain, but in these dreams, I could see myself lying in bed. But the vision was tinted green, like night vision. I'd watch myself toss and turn, completely unaware that something was observing me. Sometimes in these dreams, or whatever I was in the dream, would get closer and closer to my sleeping form. I'd wake up just as it was about to touch me, drenched in sweat and unable to move for several minutes. The worst incident happened when I was 15. I was lying in bed, still awake, but with my eyes closed. When I felt my blanket slowly being pulled down, I thought it was sliding off naturally and tried to tug it back up, but it kept moving. That's when I felt something grab my left arm. Not like a gentle touch. This was a strong grip, fingers digging into my skin. At the same time, something grabbed my left leg and started pulling. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. It was like my voice was frozen in my throat. The pulling got stronger, and I could feel myself being dragged toward the edge of the bed. That's when I heard it, whispering, right next to my ear. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like multiple voices talking over each other, and then, cutting through the whispers, a woman's laugh, not a happy laugh. This was malicious, pleased at my terror. With everything I had, I managed to whisper, "Our Father, who art in heaven." I couldn't even finish the prayer before the grip on my arm and leg suddenly vanished. The whispering stopped, the laughing stopped, everything was silent, and I lay there trembling and crying silently until morning came. I didn't tell my mum about that incident for weeks. When I finally did, she held me tight and cried. She'd been protecting me from the truth, she said. Our family had a history with something dark. It wasn't until I was 18 that my Aunt Maria finally told me what she thought was happening. She'd visited us from El Salvador a few years after the incident started and had experienced something herself. She was staying in our guest room and woke up in the middle of the night unable to move, feeling like someone was sitting on her back. Then a voice, a woman's voice, whispered in her ear, "Who is your God?" My aunt, a devout Catholic, had started praying immediately, and whatever was on her back disappeared. She left our house the next day and refused to spend another night there. According to my aunt, my grandfather had been involved with a woman in El Salvador who practiced brujeria, witchcraft. Their relationship had ended badly when he left her for my grandmother. The woman had sworn revenge, saying she would destroy everything he loved. My grandfather never believed in such things and dismissed her threats. Years later, when my grandfather was on his deathbed, he confessed to my mother that his former lover had continued to send him messages over the years, claiming she had placed a curse on our family that would follow us wherever we went. He'd kept this secret, thinking it was just the bitter ramblings of a jilted woman. What makes this even more disturbing is that my mother was set to inherit most of my grandfather's estate. His mistress had apparently demanded money from him for years, threatening to escalate what she was doing to us if he didn't pay. Sometimes he gave in and sent her money, other times he refused. The periods when he refused always seemed to coincide with the worst incidents in our house. After learning all this, I started researching similar experiences, looking for ways to protect ourselves. My mom and I had the house blessed 3 times by different priests. We hung crosses in every room. We even consulted a medium who claimed to cleanse the house of negative energy. Nothing seemed to work permanently. The activity would die down for a while, then start up again. The touching at night, the voices, the feeling of being watched, it all continued on and off until I moved out for college at 19. My mom refused to leave the house, saying she wouldn't be driven from her home by fear. I admired her strength, but couldn't stand to stay there anymore. I'm 20 now, living in a small apartment across town. Sometimes I still wake up with the sensation of fingers stroking my back or running through my hair. I've installed a camera in my bedroom, hoping to catch something, anything, that would prove I'm not losing my mind. So far, the footage shows nothing out of the ordinary, but the feeling persists. Last month, my mum called to tell me that my grandfather's former mistress had died in El Salvador. Part of me hoped that her death would end whatever was happening, that maybe she had been somehow causing these experiences through some means I don't understand. But just last week, I woke up to that same whispering in my ear and the woman's laugh. Whatever this is, it didn't die with her. Sometimes I wonder if it ever will, or if this is something my family will always carry with us. My aunt believes the woman passed her knowledge and her hatred to someone else before she died, ensuring her revenge would continue. I'm not sure what to believe anymore. All I know is that what happened in that house was real. The bruises on my arm and leg after being grabbed were real. The fear was real, and whatever it is, it's still with me. I've started sleeping with the lights on again. It doesn't help, but somehow it makes me feel less alone in the dark. I'm sharing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar or knows how to make it stop for good. Because even though I've moved out and tried to start fresh, just like my mom did all those years ago, I can't shake the feeling that it's still watching me, waiting. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep takes me, I swear I can still hear that laugh. Story 3. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night at our church. I've never told many people about this, and I'm honestly still trying to make sense of it 15 years later. Some nights I convince myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, the kind where everybody knows everybody, and most families have lived there for generations. Our church was this old stone building founded way back in 1757, with dark wooden pews and stained glass windows that cast colored shadows across the floor on sunny days. The church had been standing since before America was even a country, and you could feel the history in those walls. When I was 9, there were always rumors floating around among us kids about the church basement. The building had been expanded over the centuries, with modern classrooms and a fellowship hall added on. But the original basement remained largely unchanged. Down there was a small prayer room, tucked away at the end of a narrow hallway. The older kids would tell stories about the praying ghost who haunted that room, always kneeling at the small altar in the corner. Most adults dismissed these stories as childish imagination, but something about them stuck with me. Maybe it was because our church actually embraced its history. Pastor Dave would sometimes tell us stories about the church's past during Sunday school, about how it had survived the Revolutionary War and served as a hospital during the Civil War. When you're surrounded by that much history, ghosts don't seem so far-fetched. One Wednesday after youth group, I worked up the courage to ask Pastor Dave about the ghost stories. He was fixing some chairs in the main sanctuary while I helped pick up trash from our snacks. I remember feeling nervous about bringing it up, worried he'd laugh at me. "Pastor Dave," I said, trying to sound casual, "is it true there's a ghost in the basement prayer room?" I expected him to chuckle and tell me not to listen to silly stories. Instead, he paused for a moment, his hands still on the chair he was fixing. He looked at me with this strange expression I couldn't quite read. "Samuel," he said finally, his voice quieter than usual, "I don't know about ghosts exactly, but I will tell you something I've never told the other children." He sat down and motioned for me to sit next to him. I remember my heart pounding as I perched on the edge of the pew. About 8 years ago, I was working late one night, and I went down to the prayer room to spend some quiet time before heading home. When I approached the room, I saw someone kneeling at the altar through the window in the door. I assumed it was Mrs. Patterson. She often came to pray in the evenings. Pastor Dave looked toward the stained glass windows, almost like he was seeing it all over again. But when I opened the door to check if she was okay, there was no one there. The room was empty. I searched the entire basement, but all the doors were locked from the inside. No one could have left without me seeing them. I remember staring at him wide-eyed, goosebumps forming on my arms. "Was it scary?" I whispered. He shook his head slowly. "Not exactly. Whoever or whatever it was, they seemed peaceful. They were just praying. I've seen the same figure a couple times since then, always in the same position, always gone when I check." He gave me a gentle smile. "So I don't think you need to be afraid, Samuel, but maybe some things in this world are meant to remain mysterious." That conversation both terrified and fascinated me. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about the prayer room and what might be in there, but I was too scared to go looking by myself. Then came the night of the church lock-in. Twice a year, our youth group would have these overnight events where we'd stay at the church, play games, watch movies, and eventually fall asleep on the floor of the youth room around 3 in the morning. My parents were always happy to sign me up. Free babysitting, I guess. This particular lock-in was in October, just a few weeks before Halloween, which only added to the spooky atmosphere. We'd spent the evening playing hide-and-seek in the darkened church, with supervision, of course, and telling ghost stories with flashlights under our chins. By midnight, most of the younger kids were starting to crash from their sugar highs, and the youth leaders announced it was time to set up our sleeping bags. I laid out my sleeping bag between my friends Tyler and Josh, but I had no intention of sleeping. All evening, I'd been thinking about the prayer room and Pastor Dave's story. This was my chance to see for myself. I just had to wait until everyone was asleep. It took forever. Ms. Kathy and Mr. Brian, our youth leaders, kept checking on us until nearly 1 in the morning. The last time they came in, They turned off all the lights, except for a small nightlight near the door. I lay perfectly still, controlling my breathing to sound like I was asleep. Finally, I heard Mr. Bryan whisper to Miss Kathy that he was going to get some sleep in the office, and she could wake him for the second shift in a few hours. I waited another 30 minutes just to be sure. The room was filled with the sounds of steady breathing and occasional snores. Slowly, I slid out of my sleeping bag, grateful that I'd left my shoes nearby. I slipped them on without tying the laces and carefully made my way to the door, stepping over sleeping bodies. The hallway outside the youth room was dark, with just the emergency exit signs giving off a faint red glow. The church felt completely different at night, bigger somehow and full of shadows. Every creak of the old building made me freeze in place. But I was determined to see the prayer room for myself. The basement stairs were at the end of the main hallway. I still remember the way my hand shook as I pushed open the heavy door leading to the stairwell. The metal hinges squeaked slightly, and I winced at the sound. The stairwell was pitch black with no windows or emergency lights. I'd brought a small flashlight from my backpack, but I was afraid to use it until I was safely in the basement, away from where Miss Kathy might see the light. I felt my way down the stairs, one hand sliding along the cold stone wall. The air grew noticeably cooler with each step. The basement had always felt damp and chilly, even in the summer, but that night it felt like stepping into a freezer. My breath came out in little puffs of white. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused to listen. The basement was absolutely silent, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing against your ears. I finally clicked on my flashlight, keeping my hand cupped around it to dim the beam. The narrow hallway stretched ahead of me, lined with old wooden doors leading to storage rooms and Sunday school classrooms. The prayer room was at the very end, around a corner. I started walking, the beam of my flashlight bouncing off the walls. Every few steps, I'd pause to listen, terrified that someone would catch me. But it wasn't adults I was worried about anymore. It was something else entirely. As I got closer to the prayer room, something changed. I was about halfway down the hallway when I first heard it. A faint sound, so quiet I initially thought it was just the building settling. But as I continued forward, it became clearer. Whispering. Someone was whispering. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The whispering wasn't coming from behind me, where the stairs and safety were. It was coming from ahead, from the direction of the prayer room. Part of me wanted to turn around and run back to the youth room, dive into my sleeping bag, and forget this whole stupid idea. But another part, the part that had been fascinated by Pastor Dave's story, made me keep going. I had to know. The whispering grew slightly louder as I approached the corner. I couldn't make out any words. It was just a continuous hushed sound, like someone reciting something under their breath. I pressed myself against the wall and slowly peered around the corner. There was the prayer room door at the end of the short hallway, with its small rectangular window of frosted glass. No light came from inside, but the whispering was definitely coming from in there. My legs felt like jelly as I crept toward the door. The whispering continued, unchanging in its rhythm and tone. When I finally reached the door, I tried the handle first. It was locked. That should have been my cue to leave, but instead, I rose up on my tiptoes to look through the window. The room was dark, but not completely black. There was a faint, bluish glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And there, kneeling at the small altar in the corner, was a figure. It was translucent. I could see the outline of the altar through it, but definitely human-shaped. It looked like an older man wearing old-fashioned clothes, his head bowed in prayer. His back was to me, so I couldn't see his face. The whispering was coming from him, growing neither louder nor softer as I watched. I gasped and jumped back, stumbling against the opposite wall. The flashlight slipped from my hand and clattered loudly on the floor, the beam spinning wildly before going out completely. In that moment, the whispering stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the whispering had been. My whole body was frozen with fear, but somehow I managed to force myself to look through the window again. The room was empty, no figure, no blue light, nothing. That's when true panic hit me. Where had it gone? Was it somewhere in the hallway with me now? Was it watching me? I didn't bother trying to find my flashlight. I turned and ran, faster than I'd ever run in my life. I sprinted down the hallway, around the corner, past the storage rooms, and up the stairs, certain the whole time that something was right behind me, reaching for me. I burst through the stairwell door and ran straight to the youth room, not caring who I woke up. I dove into my sleeping bag, still wearing my shoes, and pulled it over my head. I lay there, shaking, too terrified to even cry. No one came after me. No one asked what I was doing. Either no one had heard me, or they'd just assumed I was going to the bathroom. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the sleeping bag pulled up to my eyes, watching the door, afraid that something would come through it. When morning finally came and sunlight started filtering through the windows, I nearly cried with relief. No one ever knew what I'd done or what I'd seen. I never told anyone, not even my friends. I was too scared they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they would, and it would somehow make it more real. I avoided the basement completely after that. I'd make up excuses whenever we had Sunday school down there, saying I felt sick or needed to help my mum with something. Eventually, my parents switched to a different church when we moved to a new neighborhood the following year. I'm 24 now, and I still don't know what I saw that night. Sometimes I wonder if Pastor Dave still sees the praying figure, or if anyone else has ever caught a glimpse of it. All I know is that something was in that prayer room, something that wasn't alive, at least not in the way we understand life. And whatever it was there long before me, and is probably still there now, kneeling at that altar, whispering prayers that no living person can understand. Story 4. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family, but it's been 4 years since it happened, and I still can't explain it. I'm not the type to believe in supernatural stuff, at least not entirely. But what happened that night made me question everything I thought I knew about life and death. I had this amazing chocolate lab named Gucci. He was the sweetest, most loving dog you could imagine. A bit on the chubby side, which made his footsteps quite distinctive, a sort of heavy patter followed by a slight drag on our wooden floors. He'd been with me since I was 12, through my awkward teen years and into early adulthood. When we had to put him down due to cancer, I was absolutely devastated. It felt like losing a piece of myself. 4 years had passed since we lost him. I'd moved on as much as anyone can after losing their childhood pet. I still thought about him, of course, but the sharp pain had dulled to a gentle ache of missing him. That night started like any other. It was the middle of summer, and I'd fallen asleep with my earphones in, listening to a podcast to help me drift off. Our house in Oakdale is pretty quiet, especially at night. Just a typical suburban home in a peaceful neighborhood. My bedroom is upstairs, and I've always been a light sleeper. Something woke me up around 4 in the morning. At first, I thought it was just the earphones becoming uncomfortable, so I removed them and set them on my nightstand. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of dog nails clicking on the hardwood stairs. Click, 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 with that slight pause and drag that was so uniquely Gucci. My mind, still foggy with sleep, didn't process anything unusual at first. In that weird space between dreaming and waking, I just thought, oh, Gucci's coming up. I even smiled a little, waiting for him to push my door open with his nose like he always did. The footsteps continued down the hallway toward my room. I could trace the sound perfectly, past my sister's room, past the bathroom, right to my partially closed door. There was that familiar nudge sound of a dog pushing the door wider with its head. The footsteps entered my room, padded across my floor, and stopped right at the side of my bed. I was lying on my side, facing away from the door, but I could feel the presence behind me. Then came the slight bounce of the mattress as something jumped up. Not a big leap, but that awkward half-jump Gucci would do because of his weight, where his front paws would make it up first, and then he'd haul his back end up after. I felt the mattress depress behind my knees, right in that little space where Gucci always used to curl up. The weight settled in exactly the way it used to, a warm, comforting pressure against the backs of my legs. My brain, still not fully alert, accepted this as completely normal. For a few blissful seconds, everything felt right with the world. Then reality crashed in like a bucket of ice water. Gucci had been dead for 4 years. There was no dog in our house anymore. My parents hadn't gotten another pet after him. My entire body went rigid. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. The weight behind my knees was still there, solid and unmistakable. This wasn't just my imagination or the mattress shifting. Something was on my bed. I lay there, my heart hammering so hard I was sure whatever it was could hear it. I didn't know what to do. Should I turn around? Should I call out? Should I pretend to be asleep and hope it would go away? Every option seemed terrifying. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two, I slowly extended my hand behind me, not turning my head, just reaching back with my palm open. I don't know why I did it. Some weird instinct to confirm what I was feeling. My hand touched something, not empty air, not my blanket, but something solid, yet not quite physical. It was cold, not the neutral cool of my room, but a distinctive coldness that seemed to radiate rather than conduct. And it had the unmistakable shape of a dog's head. I could feel what seemed like ears, the slope of a forehead, even the slight depression where Gucci's eyes would be. As soon as my hand made contact, a bizarre pressure filled my ears, like when you're on an airplane during takeoff or descent. It wasn't painful, but it was intense and disorienting. The pressure increased when whatever it was, leaned more heavily against my hand, as if responding to my touch. I couldn't scream. I couldn't call out for my parents. I was completely frozen, my hand still touching this cold, invisible presence that felt so much like my dead dog. The pressure in my ears built until I could hear a soft ringing, and beneath that, something that might have been breathing. Not human breathing, but the deep, steady breaths of a large dog. The weight shifted on the bed, and I felt what seemed like a cold nose press against my palm. The sensation was so familiar. Gucci used to do that exact movement when he wanted attention, pushing his nose into my hand and then giving it a little upward nudge. I'm not ashamed to admit I started crying. Silent tears ran down my face as I lay there, too terrified to move, but also experiencing this bizarre mixture of fear and comfort. Part of me was absolutely terrified, but another part felt like my best friend had returned to check on me. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me, frozen in fear, the invisible presence settled contentedly behind my knees. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep from pure exhaustion and emotional overload. I remember making a conscious decision to close my eyes and just try to sleep, hoping that when I woke up, it would all turn out to be a weird dream. When I opened my eyes the next morning, sunlight was streaming through my window. The weight was gone from my bed. For a moment, I convinced myself it had all been a dream. A vivid one, but just a dream nonetheless. Then I noticed my door. I always sleep with it partially open, but now it was completely shut. Not just shut, but locked from the inside. I distinctly remembered not locking it the night before. I never lock my bedroom door. The realization that something had been in my room, something that could apparently move through doors, but also manipulate physical objects, sent a chill down my spine. I sat up in bed, staring at that locked door, trying to process what had happened. When I finally worked up the courage to leave my room, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I went downstairs to find my mom making breakfast. She took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I broke down and told her everything. To my surprise, she didn't dismiss it or tell me I was dreaming. She set down her spatula, gave me a hug and said, "Gucci always did love you best." My sister, who had come down during my story, had a different take. She suggested it was sleep paralysis, that my brain had constructed the whole experience while my body was still in sleep mode. She pointed out how I'd been listening to a podcast, which might have contained sounds that my sleeping brain incorporated into the experience. But sleep paralysis didn't explain the locked door. It didn't explain the distinct physical sensations I felt, the weight on the bed, the cold touch against my hand, the pressure in my ears that came and went with the movements of the presence. My mum believes it was Gucci's spirit coming to check on me. She said sometimes the bonds we form with our pets are so strong that they transcend death. My dad, who's more skeptical, suggested that grief can manifest in strange ways, even years after a loss. I don't know what to believe. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. There were no other strange occurrences in our house, no other signs of a haunting or a presence. Just that one night, just those few minutes with what felt like my beloved dog. The thing that sticks with me most isn't the fear, though I was definitely terrified in the moment. It's the familiarity of it all. The weight behind my knees was exactly how Gucci used to lie. The cold nose against my palm moved exactly how his used to move. If it was my imagination creating these sensations, it got every detail perfectly right. I've researched ghostly visitations from pets and found I'm far from alone in experiencing something like this. Some people report seeing their deceased pets, others feeling them jump on the bed or hearing their distinctive barks or meows. Many describe it as comforting rather than frightening. For me, it was both. I was terrified in the moment, but looking back, there's something comforting about the idea that Gucci might have come back to check on me, to let me know he's still around in some form. I'm not sure what I believe about the afterlife or whether animals have souls that can visit us. I just know what I experienced that night was real, at least to me. The weight on my bed, the cold shape beneath my hand, the pressure in my ears that seemed to respond to the presence's movements, these weren't just products of my imagination. They were too specific, too physical. Sometimes I wonder if he'll ever come back. Part of me hopes he will, now that the initial shock has worn off. I'd like to tell him I miss him, that I've never forgotten him. But another part of me is afraid. Not of Gucci, never of him, but of what his visit might mean about the nature of reality and what happens after we die. All I know for sure is that 4 years after losing my dog, something visited me in the night. Something that moved like him, settled on my bed like him, and responded to my touch like him. And whatever it was, it could apparently pass through doors, but still manage to lock one behind it. I still don't have an explanation. Maybe I never will. Story 5. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. Part of me still can't believe what happened, and another part worries you'll all think I'm crazy. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because my boyfriend thinks I should just let it go since we've moved out. But how do you just forget something like this? This all started about 8 months ago when Simon and I finally found an apartment we could afford in Pinewood Hills. If you know the area, you know it's not cheap, but we found this 2-bedroom place that seemed perfect. The community was gated, quiet, had a pool, everything we wanted. The previous tenant had moved out suddenly, so the landlord was eager to get someone in. Maybe that should have been my first clue. The day we signed the lease, I remember feeling so excited. Simon had moved to the States from Ghana about 5 years ago, and this was our first place together that wasn't a cramped studio. The apartment was on the 2nd floor of a building with just 4 units. Our neighbors seemed nice enough. An older couple next door, a single guy below us, and a woman who traveled a lot in the unit diagonal from ours. The very first night, Simon insisted we needed to cleanse the place. He's very spiritual and said we needed to remove any negative energy left behind. I thought it was sweet and went along with it. We spent hours burning sage, lighting incense, and Simon prayed in every room while I followed behind him with a small bottle of oil he'd brought from home. He called it protection oil and put a tiny drop in every corner and closet. When we got to the guest bedroom, which we planned to use as an office, Simon handed me some incense and asked me to put it in the closet while he finished in the bathroom. I remember walking into that room with just my phone flashlight, since we hadn't set up lamps yet. I got halfway across the room when suddenly I felt this horrible pit in my stomach. Every hair on my arms stood up and I froze. Something in my head was screaming at me to get out of there immediately. I can't explain it. It wasn't a voice exactly, more like my own instinct, but amplified 1,000 times. I backed out of the room, breathing hard, and told Simon I didn't want to go in there alone. He laughed it off, said I was just tired from moving, and we finished the cleansing together. I tried to forget about it. For the first week, everything was fine. I was working remotely while Simon was at his job at the hospital. I set up my workspace in the living room instead of the guest room. I told myself it was because I liked the natural light better. But honestly, I still felt weird about that room. About 10 days after moving in, I was on a Zoom call when I heard a dragging sound from the guest bedroom, followed by a loud crash. I muted myself, told my co-workers I needed to check something, and went to investigate. The tall floor lamp we'd put in there had fallen over. The weird thing was, it was pretty stable, heavy base, not near any windows where a breeze could knock it over. I set it back up, making sure it was stable, and went back to my meeting. That night, I mentioned it to Simon, who just shrugged and said maybe the floor wasn't level. I tried to accept that explanation, but something about it bothered me. The first time I heard the voice was about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was coming home late after meeting some friends. Simon was working night shift. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and as I was putting my keys on the hook, I heard a woman's voice say, "Hello," directly in my left ear. It was so clear, so close, that I jumped and spun around, expecting to see someone standing there. But I was alone. I searched the entire apartment, looking in closets, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. I called Simon, but he was busy at work and just told me I was probably tired and hearing things. I tried to convince myself he was right, but it happened again 2 days later. I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard it again, a soft hello right in my left ear. Again, I was alone in the apartment. This time I didn't just hear it, I felt it, like a breath against my ear. I dropped my mug and it shattered on the floor. Over the next few weeks it kept happening, always in my left ear. Sometimes it was just hello, sometimes hear me, and sometimes it would say hi over and over, getting more excited each time, like it was happy I could hear it. I only heard it when I was in the apartment or right outside our door. Never at work, never in the car, never at friends' houses. The weirdest part? Simon never heard it. Not once. I'd be sitting next to him on the couch and hear the voice say hello, and I'd jump and he'd look at me like I was losing my mind because he hadn't heard anything. About 2 months in, another thing started happening. Sometimes I'd smell this horrible odor, like meat that had been left out for days. It would come out of nowhere and be overpowering. The first time, I tore apart our kitchen looking for whatever had gone bad. I emptied the fridge, checked under all the cabinets, even took out the garbage. Nothing, and Simon couldn't smell it at all. The smell would sometimes last for hours, following me from room to room, but only me. We had friends over once while it was happening, and nobody else noticed anything. I started to wonder if I was having some kind of stroke or brain tumor that was causing hallucinations. I went to my doctor, who ran tests, hearing tests, brain scans, everything. She found nothing wrong with me physically. She suggested it might be stress or anxiety and recommended therapy. I went to 2 sessions, but I couldn't bring myself to tell the therapist about the voice. I was afraid she'd think I was schizophrenic or something. By month 3, I was barely sleeping. The voice was becoming more frequent, sometimes multiple times a day. I started keeping a journal to track when it happened, trying to find a pattern. The only consistent thing was that it only happened in or very near our apartment. One night, Simon was home and I heard the voice say, "Hello," right as I was falling asleep. I shot up in bed, heart racing, and Simon asked what was wrong. I finally broke down and told him everything. The voice, the smell, how scared I was. He held me while I cried, but I could tell he didn't really believe me. He suggested we have his pastor come bless the apartment again. The pastor came the next day. He was a kind, older man who listened to my story without judgment. He walked through each room, praying and sprinkling holy water. When he got to the guest bedroom, he paused at the closet. Without me saying anything about it, he turned to me and asked, "This is where it feels strongest to you, isn't it?" I hadn't told him about my experience the first night, but he knew. He spent extra time in that room, praying in a language I didn't understand. Before he left, he told me that sometimes spirits get attached to places or even to people. He said the prayers should help, but if they didn't, we might need to consider moving. For about a week after his visit, things were quiet. No voice, no smell. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was over. Then one afternoon, while I was alone doing laundry, I heard it again, but different this time. Not hello or hi, but a full sentence. "You shouldn't be here." Clear as day, right in my left ear. I dropped the laundry basket and ran out of the apartment. I sat in my car for 2 hours until Simon got home. That night, I told him I couldn't stay there anymore. He was frustrated. We'd signed a year lease. We couldn't afford to break it. Where would we go? We argued late into the night. The next morning, Simon left early for work, still angry. I called in sick because I hadn't slept at all. Around 10 in the morning, I was making tea when the smell hit me again, worse than ever before. It was so strong I gagged. Then the voice came right in my ear, "Get out!" I didn't even grab my purse, I just ran. As I was rushing down the stairs, I literally bumped into our landlord, who was coming to fix something in another unit. He saw my face and asked what was wrong. I don't know what made me do it, but I blurted out, "Did someone die in our apartment?" The look on his face told me everything before he even spoke. He tried to deny it at first, then admitted that yes, the previous tenant, a woman in her 30s, had died in the apartment, in the guest bedroom closet to be exact. He swore it wasn't violent. She'd had a heart condition, collapsed while getting dressed. By the time they found her, she'd been there for 3 days in the summer heat. That was it for me. I called Simon at work and told him what I'd learned. To his credit, once he heard that, he believed me. We broke our lease, paid the penalty, and moved out within 2 weeks. Found a small place across town that cost more but felt safe. It's been 4 months since we moved, and I haven't heard the voice or smelled that smell again, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still catch myself listening for that whispered hello in my left ear, and I still can't explain why it chose me, why only I could hear it, or what it wanted from me. I just know I never want to go back to Pinewood Hills again. Story 6. I've never been one to believe in ghosts, not really. But what happened in my childhood home still sends a chill down my spine whenever I think about it. Even now, 20 years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear that sound again, the clapping, the running footsteps on the stairs. And for a split second, I'm 10 years old again, frozen in my bed, listening. I grew up in St. Albans, a small town about 20 miles north of London. It's one of those places that tourists visit for the cathedral and the Roman ruins, but locals just see as home. My house was nothing special. A typical council house on Blackberry Lane that my grandmother had lived in since the early 60s. After she got sick, my mum and I moved in to take care of her. I was about 7 at the time. The first few weeks were normal enough. Gran was religious, proper old-school Catholic who never missed Sunday Mass until she got too ill to go. She had crucifixes in every room and a Bible by her bed that she read every night before sleep. Looking back now, I think whatever was in that house didn't like that very much. It started with small things. Keys would vanish from the hook by the door, only to turn up in the refrigerator or inside a shoe. My school bag would somehow migrate from where I'd left it by the stairs to the bathroom. Mum always blamed me for being forgetful, and I started to wonder if maybe she was right. Maybe I was just scatterbrained, but then other things happened that couldn't be explained away so easily. One afternoon when I was about 8, my best mate Tommy came over to play with my Action Man figures in my bedroom. We'd been at it for about an hour when something strange happened. We were sitting cross-legged on the carpet, our figures locked in some epic battle, when a 50-pence coin dropped right into my lap. Just appeared out of nowhere. Tommy saw it too. "Where'd that come from?" he asked, looking up at the ceiling. I remember staring at that coin, turning it over in my hand. It was warm, like it had been held in someone's palm for a long time. My grandfather had died just a month before. He used to give me 50-pence pieces whenever he visited. "I think it's from Grandad," I said, and even though I should have been scared, I wasn't. It felt nice somehow, like he was checking in. Tommy wasn't convinced. He refused to come over to my house after that. The incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent after my Gran's health took a turn for the worse. I'd come home from school to find all the kitchen cupboards standing open, or I'd wake up in the night to find my toys arranged in a perfect circle on my bedroom floor. Sometimes I'd feel something brush against my arm when I was alone in a room, like someone walking past me too closely. My mum noticed it too, though she tried not to talk about it in front of Gran. I'd catch her staring at a doorway sometimes, like she'd seen something move just at the edge of her vision. Once, I found her in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, just sitting in the dark. "Did you hear it?" she whispered when she saw me. "Hear what?" "The singing." She rubbed her arms like she was cold, even though it was the middle of summer. Someone was singing in Gran's room. We checked, of course. Gran was fast asleep, her breathing labored but steady. The worst night, the night I still can't explain, happened about a week before my grandmother died. It was a Tuesday in October, and I remember because we'd had a history test at school that day about the Romans who'd settled in St. Albans thousands of years ago. My teacher had told us that almost the entire town was built on what used to be burial grounds and ancient settlements. I'd gone to bed thinking about all those people who'd lived and died where my house now stood. I woke up around midnight to the sound of running footsteps on the stairs. Quick, light steps, like a child running up and down. Along with the footsteps came a clapping sound, rhythmic and playful. Clap, 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 as the feet hit the top of the stairs, then clap, clap, clap at the bottom. Up and down, over and over. I assumed it was one of my little sisters. I had 2 twins, both 5 years younger than me. They were always getting up to mischief, though usually not in the middle of the night. I got out of bed, annoyed and ready to tell them off. The hallway was dark, except for the dim nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. The footsteps and clapping continued, but as I reached the top of the stairs, they suddenly stopped. I looked down into the darkness of the ground floor. "Amy? Lizzie? You need to go back to bed," I called out, trying to sound stern like Mum would. No answer, just the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall below. I was about to head back to my room when the footsteps started again, but this time they were coming up the stairs, slow at first, then faster, accompanied by that same rhythmic clapping. But there was nobody there. I could see the entire staircase, empty. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, right where I was standing, and stopped. I felt a cold breath on my face, like someone exhaling right in front of me. Then the clapping started again, right by my ear. Clap, clap, clap. I ran back to my room and dove under the covers, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I must have eventually fallen asleep from pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. At breakfast, I asked Amy and Lizzie if they'd been playing on the stairs during the night. "No," Amy said, mouth full of cereal. "We were asleep." "I had a dream about a little boy, though," Lizzie added. "He wanted to play a game, but I was too tired." My mum dropped her coffee mug. It shattered on the kitchen floor, brown liquid seeping into the cracks between the tiles. "What did the boy look like?" she asked Lizzie, her voice tight. Lizzie shrugged. "Just a boy. He had old-fashioned clothes, and he kept clapping his hands." Later that day, when the twins were at school, I overheard Mum on the phone with her friend Janet. "It's getting worse," she was saying. "The girls are seeing it now too. I don't know what to do." A pause while Janet said something on the other end. "I know Gran would never approve of a medium or anything like that. She'd say, 'We need a priest.'" Another pause. "No, I haven't told her, with her heart the way it is. I'm afraid it would be too much." I didn't tell Mum about what had happened to me on the stairs. I didn't want to worry her more than she already was. Besides, as strange as it sounds, I wasn't scared of whatever was in our house, not really. It felt more curious than malevolent, like it was trying to get our attention. Gran died the following week. The hospital said it was heart failure. But I sometimes wonder if she knew something was in the house with us, something that perhaps didn't want her there. After her funeral, the strange occurrences seemed to stop. No more missing objects, no more footsteps, no more shadows in the corners of rooms. It was like whatever had been there left when she did. We moved out about 6 months later. Mum said the house held too many memories, but I think she was just relieved to leave it behind. We found a smaller place on the other side of town, closer to my school. 2 years passed. I had almost convinced myself that everything that had happened in the old house had been my imagination, the product of an overactive mind in a creaky old building. Then one Saturday morning the phone rang. Mum answered it, her expression changing from confusion to something like fear as the conversation went on. When she hung up, she just sat there for a long moment, staring at the wall. "Who was that?" I asked. "The Williamsons," she said. "The family that bought our old house." She looked at me, her face pale. "They wanted to know if we'd ever experienced anything unusual while living there." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "What did you tell them?" I said no. She twisted her wedding ring around her finger nervously. "I didn't want them to think we were crazy. But Elliot, they're seeing things, hearing things. Their youngest keeps talking about a boy who wants to play with her." That wasn't the end of it. About a year later, the Williamsons moved out, and a new family, the Patels, moved in. 6 months after that, Mrs. Patel called my mum out of the blue, asking the same questions. Had we noticed anything strange? Had we ever seen shadows moving on their own? Had we ever heard children's footsteps when there were no children around? It's been 20 years now since we lived in that house. I've driven past it a few times, couldn't help myself. It's changed hands at least 5 more times that I know of. No family stays there longer than a year or two. Sometimes I think about that 50-pence coin that appeared out of nowhere. Was it really my grandfather checking in? Or was it something else? Something older? Something that had been in that house? Or in that land? Long before my grandmother ever moved in? I don't have answers. All I know is that when I close my eyes at night, I can still hear those footsteps running up and down the stairs, still feel that cold breath on my face, still hear that clapping, clap, 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 right by my ear, and I wonder about all those ancient Romans who lived and died where my childhood home once stood, and if maybe, just maybe, not all of them have moved on. Story 7. I've held this story inside for almost 20 years now. I don't talk about it much because people either think I'm making it up or they suggest some rational explanation that just doesn't fit what happened. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has encountered something similar. Back in 2004, I was 22 and living in Southern California. My buddy Mike and I had this thing where we'd drive up to different spots in the mountains just to chill and get away from the noise of the city. We weren't doing anything crazy, just 2 friends hanging out, talking about life, looking at the views. One night in late October, we decided to head up to Mount Baldy. If you're not familiar with the area, it's this mountain in the San Gabriel Range that's really popular for hiking during the day. At night, though, it's practically deserted, except for a few spots where people park to look at the city lights below. We left around 8:30 that evening. I remember because we'd just finished watching a Lakers game at my apartment. The drive up was normal, just winding mountain roads and the usual jokes between friends. We got to this lookout point about halfway up the mountain around 9. There were no other cars around, which wasn't unusual for a weeknight. We parked in this little turnout area that had enough space for maybe 3 or 4 cars. It was a clear night, and you could see all the lights of the Inland Empire spread out below us like a carpet of stars. The air had that crisp mountain chill to it, but it wasn't unbearably cold yet. Mike and I stayed in the car with the engine off, just talking about work, relationships, the usual stuff. We had the windows cracked open a bit, and the only sound was the occasional rustle of wind through the scrubby pine trees around us. We'd been there maybe 15 minutes when we heard it for the first time. This deep, heavy thudding sound, like someone was dropping boulders nearby. I initially thought it was something falling off a truck on the road, but then I realized each thud had a rhythm to it, like footsteps, really, really heavy footsteps. The crazy thing was, I could feel each impact vibrating through the car. Mike stopped mid-sentence and looked at me. "You feel that?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "What the hell is that?" We looked around but couldn't see anything in the darkness beyond our car. The thuds continued for maybe 5 or 6 steps, then stopped completely. Everything went quiet again. We sat there for a moment, both of us scanning the darkness outside the windows. "Probably just a rock slide or something," Mike said, but he didn't sound convinced. We tried to get back to our conversation, but the mood had shifted. I kept glancing out the windows, and I could tell Mike was on edge too. About 30 seconds passed, and then it started again. The same rhythmic, thunderous footsteps, but closer this time. I still remember how my heart started racing. These weren't normal footsteps. Each one made the ground shake like a small earthquake. I've heard bears walking around campsites before, and this was nothing like that. This was like something massive was walking with deliberate steps. "Dude," Mike whispered, pointing out his window. I leaned over to look where he was pointing, and that's when I saw it. About 20 feet in front of our car, illuminated partially by our headlights, was this figure. I hesitate to call it a person because it just didn't move like one. It was small, I'd guess less than 4 feet tall, and completely bald. It looked naked, but its skin had this strange grayish quality that made it hard to make out details in the darkness. The thing that made absolutely no sense was how each of its steps produced those thunderous impacts. This tiny figure was somehow creating footsteps that should have belonged to something weighing tons. With each step, I could see small pebbles on the ground actually bouncing. It walked with this eerily steady pace, never turning its head, just staring straight ahead. It moved across our field of vision from right to left, completely ignoring us. The silence was absolute except for those footsteps. No night insects, no wind in the trees, nothing. I couldn't move. I literally felt frozen in place. My mouth was dry, and my hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white, even though the car wasn't even running. Neither of us said a word. What do you say when you're witnessing something that shouldn't be possible? The entity had made it about halfway across our field of vision when a truck came around the bend in the road, its headlights sweeping across the area. For just a split second, the figure was fully illuminated, smooth, hairless, with proportions that were just slightly off for a human. Then it stepped behind a scrubby bush at the edge of the turnout. The truck passed without stopping, probably just some local heading home. As soon as its taillights disappeared around the next curve, Mike and I looked at each other. We didn't need to speak. I jammed the key in the ignition, fired up the engine, and peeled out of that turnout so fast I'm surprised I didn't blow a tire. The whole way down the mountain, we didn't say a single word. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure somehow keeping pace with us. It wasn't until we reached the first stoplight at the bottom of the mountain, with streetlights and other cars around us, that either of us spoke. "Did you see that?" Mike asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," I said. "I saw it." "Those footsteps," he continued, "they were like—" "I know." We tried to make sense of it over the next few days. Mike suggested it might have been some kind of mountain dweller, maybe someone with a medical condition who lived off the grid, but that didn't explain the footsteps. Nothing could explain those footsteps. A small figure, practically a child in size, creating impacts that shook the ground. It defied everything I understand about physics, and the way it moved. There was something about its gait that wasn't quite right, like it was mimicking human walking, but didn't quite get it right. The thing that still haunts me is how it never acknowledged us. We were sitting there in a car, two humans staring right at it, and it just kept walking as if we weren't even there, or maybe as if we weren't worth noticing. In the years since, I've done a lot of research on Mount Baldy. It turns out the place has a pretty dark history. There have been numerous deaths on the mountain over the years, hikers who fell, people who got lost in snowstorms, even a few mysterious disappearances. Some locals talk about ghost sightings, usually of hikers who died on the trails. But none of the stories I've found match what Mike and I saw that night. This wasn't some translucent figure or a misty apparition. This thing had mass. It affected the physical world. Those footsteps were real. We both felt them. I've hiked up there a few times since then, but always during daylight hours and always with groups. I've never gone back to that specific turnout at night. Something about the whole experience left me with this deep-seated unease that I can't shake. Even after all these years, Mike and I don't talk about it much anymore. He moved to Oregon about 5 years after it happened, and when we catch up, we stick to safe topics: jobs, families, sports. It's like we both decided it's better not to dig too deeply into what we saw, but I still think about it, especially when I'm driving through mountains at night and see those empty turnouts. What was that thing? Why did it make those impossible footsteps? Was it aware of us at all? The rational part of my brain has tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was some kind of auditory hallucination combined with a strange-looking hiker. Maybe there was someone else nearby making those sounds, and we just happened to see this figure at the same time. Maybe the acoustics of the mountain somehow amplified the footsteps of this small figure. But none of those explanations feel right. What we experienced that night was something outside the bounds of normal reality. I've never had any other paranormal experiences in my life. I'm not the type of person who sees ghosts in every shadow or believes in conspiracy theories. I'm just a regular guy who happened to witness something inexplicable on Mount Baldy one night in 2004. Sometimes I wonder if there are other entities out there in remote places that we rarely encounter simply because humans don't usually go to those areas after dark. What if there's a whole other world that exists alongside ours, with beings that follow different physical laws? I know how that sounds. Trust me, if someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were exaggerating or misremembering. But Mike and I both saw it. We both felt those footsteps shake the ground, and neither of us has ever been able to explain it. So that's my story. Has anyone else experienced something similar on Mount Baldy or anywhere else? I'm not looking for someone to explain it away. I've spent almost 2 decades trying to do that myself. I guess I'm just hoping to find out if we're the only ones who've encountered something like this, or if there are others out there who have seen things that shouldn't exist. Story 8. I've never told this story in full before. Even now, 20 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. Some nights I still wake up in cold sweats, convinced I can hear knocking on my bedroom wall. I was 10 when my parents decided to move us to Ravenwood. Dad had gotten a new job at the local university, and they'd found this charming Victorian with tons of character at a surprisingly affordable price. Looking back, I understand why it was so cheap. The house stood at the end of Hawthorne Lane, set back from the other homes by an overgrown garden path. It was tall and narrow with dark brick, pointed gables, and these ornate windows that seemed to watch you as you approached. The realtor called it Gothic Revival. The neighborhood kids called it the Witch House. On moving day, the previous owner, an elderly woman named Mrs. Blackwood, pulled my mother aside. I wasn't supposed to hear, but I was sitting on the stairs pretending to read while actually eavesdropping. "The house has quirks," she said in her quavery voice. "Things move. You'll hear noises at night. It's nothing to be frightened of, but you should know." My mum laughed it off. "Every old house has its creaks and groans. We're not superstitious." Mrs. Blackwood's face went tight. "It's not about superstition, dear. It's about respect. The house has memories." My parents were devout Christians who didn't believe in ghosts. Dad said it was just Satan trying to frighten good people, and Mum would quote scripture whenever I brought up anything supernatural. I learned quickly not to mention the weird feelings I got in certain parts of the house. The first few weeks were normal enough, just unpacking and settling in. Then things started happening. Small things at first. My friend Lily from school came over once, just once. We were playing in my room when she suddenly froze and went pale. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Someone's watching us," she whispered, staring at my closet door. I felt it too, that prickle on the back of your neck when someone's standing right behind you. But when I checked, there was nothing there. Lily never came back. None of the neighborhood kids would. They'd walk on the opposite side of the street rather than pass directly by our house. At school, I overheard them whispering, "Emma lives in the haunted house, the one where that maid died." I didn't know what maid they were talking about then. About a month after we moved in, objects started falling. Not falling like someone knocked them over, falling like they'd been thrown from the top floor landing, through the gap in the banister, down to the ground floor. My mum's ceramic vase that had been in the hall closet, a picture frame from my dad's study, my dog's rubber ball that had never been upstairs. My parents blamed me at first. Then they blamed the wind, the house settling, each other. Anything but the obvious explanation. Our dogs knew better. We had 2 Labradors, Samson and Delilah, who absolutely refused to go up to the top floor. They'd get to the landing and just stop. Hackles raised, whimpering, sometimes barking at nothing. I'd try to coax them up with treats, but they'd back away, tails between their legs. I knew why. I felt it too. Upstairs had a presence. Not everywhere and not all the time, but especially in the hallway leading to the attic stairs. It was like a pressure against my skin. Angry, bitter, cold, like walking through cobwebs you can't see but can definitely feel. Sometimes I'd feel something growing behind me, like a shadow stretching taller and wider, and I'd sprint down the stairs, heart pounding, convinced that if I turned around, I'd see something, someone. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, directly below the attic. One night, about 6 months after we moved in, I was lying in bed reading when I heard a strange scratching above me. Rats, I thought. Had to be rats. But then the scratching moved, following a pattern across my ceiling like someone pacing. On impulse, I knocked on my wall. 3 quick taps, the scratching stopped. Then 3 knocks back, exactly where I'd knocked. My heart nearly stopped, but curiosity pushed fear aside. I knocked again. A different pattern. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. The response came immediately. Tap, tap, pause, tap, 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 perfectly mimicking my pattern. I ran to get my mom, dragging her upstairs while explaining what happened. She looked annoyed but humored me, knocking on the wall herself. The response came immediately. Same spot, same pattern. The color drained from her face. "Stay here," she ordered, then went to check the attic. There was nobody there, just empty space. And on the other side of my bedroom wall, nothing but solid brick and open air, no room where someone could be standing, no way for sound to travel through. After that, the knocking became regular. Not every night, but often enough that I started to expect it. Sometimes I'd knock back, having weird one-sided conversations with whatever was on the other side. My parents hated it, but I'd convinced myself it was friendly. I was wrong. Halloween that year is when things escalated. We were downstairs watching a movie when a blood-curdling scream came from the attic. A woman's scream, so loud and clear we all heard it. Dad grabbed a baseball bat and went to investigate while Mom called the police, certain someone had broken in. They found nothing. No signs of entry, no explanation for the scream. The police suggested it might have been a cat outside or the wind through the chimney. We knew better. Dad decided the attic needed renovating, officially to add another bedroom, but I knew he wanted to reclaim the space, to assert control over the house. The renovations were a nightmare from start to finish. The first contractor quit after his tools kept disappearing, only to reappear in completely different rooms. The second left when a ceiling collapsed on him. The inspector found no structural reason for it. Dad tried to do some work himself and ended up in the emergency room after his leg was pulled through a weak floorboard. He swore something grabbed his ankle, but Mom said he was being ridiculous. The final night of the attic renovations changed everything. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from helping Dad paint all day. I fell into a vivid dream, the kind that feels more like watching something that's actually happening. In the dream, I was in the attic, but it looked different, older. A Victorian couple was arguing. The man, tall with a severe face and mutton chop whiskers, was shouting at a woman in a maid's uniform. She was young, pretty, with a swollen belly, pregnant. "You'll get rid of it tonight," the man hissed, "or you'll be on the streets by morning." The woman was sobbing, begging, "Please, sir, it's your child too. I love you." He slapped her hard across the face. "My wife can never know. You understand? Never." The scene shifted. The maid was alone in the attic, drinking something from a bottle, crying out in pain. There was blood, so much blood. And then, a tiny body on the floor, not moving. The maid screamed, a sound of pure anguish that I recognized from Halloween night. Suddenly, she looked directly at me. Not through me like I wasn't there, but at me. Her eyes widened. "He made me do it!" she shrieked, pointing at the tiny body. "He made me kill my baby!" I jolted awake, heart racing, sweat soaking my nightgown. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw something on my bedroom floor. The baby from my dream, tiny, malformed, making jerky, unnatural movements. Its mouth opened in a silent cry. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, could only stare in horror as it contorted itself, limbs bending the wrong way. Then my bathroom door burst open. The maid from my dream stood there, her face twisted in rage and grief. She ran across my room, not floating like a ghost in a movie, but running, her feet hitting the floor, and vanished through my bedroom door. Both doors slammed shut behind her, my bathroom door and my bedroom door. Doors with hinges that physically couldn't slam on their own. I screamed then, screamed until my throat was raw, until my parents came running, until I was hoarse from trying to explain what I'd seen. They didn't believe me, of course, said I'd had a nightmare, that I'd been influenced by Halloween and scary movies. The next day, I went to the local library and looked up the history of our house. It took hours of searching through microfiche and old newspapers, but I found it. In 1876, a maid named Elizabeth Winters had died in our house. The official cause was female troubles, but the article hinted at scandal. She'd been employed by Professor Harold Blackwood and his wife, the same Blackwood family that had owned our house until Mrs. Blackwood sold it to us. I never told my parents what I found. What was the point? They wouldn't believe me. The renovations seemed to help, oddly enough. The activity decreased after the attic was finished. Objects stopped falling. The knocking became less frequent. The dogs still wouldn't go upstairs, but they stopped barking at nothing. We lived in that house until I was 18 and left for university. My parents still live there. They've convinced themselves that all the strange occurrences were just an old house settling or our imaginations running wild. But I know better. Something is still there, watching, waiting. How do I know? About 3 years ago, I brought my boyfriend home to meet my parents. We stayed in my old room. In the middle of the night, he woke up screaming. When I finally calmed him down, he told me he'd seen a woman in old-fashioned clothes standing over me as I slept. She'd looked right at him and said clear as day, "Leave her be, she's under my protection." I never told him about Elizabeth, never told him about the baby or the knocking or any of it. How could he have known? Sometimes I think she's still there, watching over the house and everyone in it. Not malevolent, just present, a guardian of sorts, making sure no one else suffers like she did. I'm 30 now, with a family of my own. I live 300 miles from Ravenwood and that house on Hawthorne Lane. But some nights, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear knocking on my wall. 3 quick taps, and God help me, I still knock back. Story 9. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that winter in Oakvale. I was 12 years old, living in what I thought was just an ordinary house in a quiet town where nothing ever happened. God, I wish it had stayed that way. Our house wasn't anything special, just a standard 2-story with slightly creaky floors and that musty smell old houses get in the winter. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway, with this weird feature where my floor was about 4 inches lower than the hallway floor. Some quirk from when they renovated years before we moved in. My parents said it added character to the house. If only they knew what kind of character was actually living there with us. Everything started on a Tuesday evening in November. School had been normal that day. Math test, dodgeball in gym, the usual stuff. I remember it was getting dark early, around 5:30, and there was this bitter cold that had settled over town, the kind that seeps into your bones. After dinner, I was watching TV with my younger brother Jake, when my mom reminded me I needed to shower before bed. I groaned about it, but eventually trudged upstairs around 9 o'clock. Our bathroom had this weird layout that always bugged me. The shower was tucked into the corner with these flimsy beige curtains that had seen better days. Directly opposite was this big old mirror that covered most of the wall, and next to the shower was the toilet, just sitting there in the corner. No privacy at all if someone walked in while you were using it. Not that it mattered when I was showering alone. I remember turning the water as hot as I could stand it that night because the house felt especially cold. The steam quickly filled the bathroom, fogging up the mirror, which was fine by me. I never liked looking at myself in that mirror anyway. Something about it always felt off, like it was slightly warped or something. The shower itself was normal. I washed my hair with that strawberry shampoo my mom always bought, thinking about nothing more serious than the science homework I hadn't finished yet. When I was done, I turned off the water and reached for my towel, which I'd hung over the curtain rod. The bathroom had gone quiet, except for the occasional drip from the faucet. I pulled back the curtain, and that's when everything changed. The steam had mostly cleared from the mirror, and as I stepped out, towel wrapped around me, I looked up at my reflection, except it wasn't just my reflection staring back at me. There, hovering above the toilet in the mirror, was a face. An old woman's face, just floating there. No body, no shoulders, just a face. She looked ancient, maybe 90 years old, with deep wrinkles carved into pale skin and grey hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her eyes were what really got to me, though. They were fixed directly on me, watching me with this intensity that made my blood run cold. I froze completely. My wet feet stuck to the bathroom tiles, water still dripping down my back. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare back at this thing in my bathroom mirror. The woman's expression never changed. She just kept staring, like she was studying me or something. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds, but it felt like forever. Then I blinked, and she was gone, just vanished. The mirror showed only me again, a scrawny, terrified 12-year-old with wide eyes and dripping hair. I threw on my pajamas faster than I ever had in my life and bolted from the bathroom. I nearly knocked over my dad in the hallway, but I couldn't even explain what had happened. What would I say? Dad, There was a floating old lady face in the mirror. He'd think I was crazy. So I mumbled something about being tired and locked myself in my bedroom. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept thinking maybe I'd imagined it, that the steam had played tricks on my eyes, or maybe I was just overtired from school. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Those eyes had been looking right at me, aware and intelligent. Whatever it was, it had seen me too. For the next few weeks, I avoided that bathroom as much as possible. I'd take super quick showers, never looking at the mirror, or I'd use the downstairs half bath, even though it was tiny and always smelled like my dad's aftershave. My mom noticed and asked if I was okay, but how could I explain? So I just said I was fine, and life went on. Then came that night in December, the night that still makes me question everything I thought I knew about reality. It was brutally cold outside, with snow piling up against the windows. Our heating system was struggling to keep up, so I'd gone to bed wearing 2 pairs of socks and my thickest sweatshirt. My bedroom was set up so my bed faced the door, which was in the corner of the room closest to the hallway. On the connecting wall to the hallway was this tiny room that contained nothing but a toilet, one of those weird old house features that made no sense. That little toilet room was always kept locked because nobody used it anymore after my mom found a massive spider in there when we first moved in. I fell asleep, listening to the wind howling outside my window, bundled up under 3 blankets. I'm not sure what woke me initially, maybe a noise or just that feeling you get when something isn't right. My digital clock read 4:50 in the morning. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional creak from the wind outside. That's when I noticed the light. There was a thin line of yellow light coming from under my bedroom door. This made no sense. I was always the last one to go to bed, and I specifically remembered turning off the hallway light before going into my room. My parents' bedroom was at the opposite end of the hall, and they never got up this early. While I was trying to process this, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving down the hallway toward my room. These weren't the familiar footsteps of my family members. My dad's heavy tread always made the floorboards creak in a particular way. My mum's steps were quicker, lighter. My brother shuffled when he walked. These footsteps were different. They had a strange rhythm to them, almost like the person was dragging one foot slightly. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to hide under my covers, but I couldn't move. I just lay there, staring at that line of light under my door, listening as the footsteps got closer and closer. They stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, waiting for the doorknob to turn, for someone to come in. But instead, the footsteps continued, right past my door and directly into that little toilet room, the one that was always kept locked. There was no sound of a key turning, no click of a lock being opened. The footsteps just went straight through, as if the door wasn't even there. Then silence. I lay there for what felt like hours, though my clock told me it was only minutes. The light under my door remained. I kept waiting to hear the footsteps return, to hear the toilet flush, to hear anything that would make this make sense. But there was nothing. Eventually, my fear gave way to an almost morbid curiosity. What if I got up and checked? What if I opened my door and saw who or what was in that toilet room? The thought made my stomach turn, but I couldn't just lie there forever. With shaking hands, I pulled back my covers and put my feet on the cold floor. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to get back in bed, to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But something pushed me forward. I crept to my door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No sound at all from the hallway. Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob as quietly as I could and opened my door just a crack. The hallway was dark, completely dark. No light at all. I blinked in confusion, opening the door wider. The hallway was empty, dark, and silent. The toilet room door was closed, the padlock still firmly in place. I stepped out and flicked on the hallway light. half expecting to see something, anything, that would explain what I'd just experienced. But there was nothing out of the ordinary. Shaken, I went back to my room and sat on my bed, trying to make sense of it all. Had I dreamed the whole thing? But it had felt so real. The light, the footsteps, everything. It wasn't until the next morning, as I was getting ready for school, that I realized the most disturbing aspect of the whole experience. Given that my bedroom floor was lower than the hallway floor by those 4 inches, it should have been physically impossible for me to see any light coming from under my door. The gap simply didn't exist. Whatever I had seen that night, it wasn't light from the hallway. It was something else entirely. I've never told my parents about either incident. What would I say? How could I explain something I don't understand myself? Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Maybe I was half asleep and imagining things, or maybe our house has some weird acoustics that played tricks on me. But deep down, I know better. That old woman's face in the mirror was looking at me. Those footsteps were real. And whatever was producing that impossible light under my door wasn't from this world. We still live in that house in Oakvale. I'm 16 now, and I've never seen the old woman's face again, though sometimes I catch myself avoiding looking directly at the bathroom mirror just in case. I've never heard those strange footsteps again either, but sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself staring at the space under my door, half expecting to see that thin line of yellow light, and sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can hear the faintest sound of breathing coming from that locked toilet room, as if someone, or something, is waiting for me to come check again. Story 10. I've been hesitant to share this for years, but I need to get it off my chest. What happened to me 23 years ago in Chengdu still gives me nightmares. Back in 1904, I was working as a traveling medicine seller in Western China. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills. I wasn't educated like most of you probably are. Just a simple man trying to make a living selling herbal remedies my father had taught me to prepare. I was what you'd call a big man. Not tall, but round, pleasantly plump, as my mother used to say. I never thought my size would nearly get me killed. That spring, I had traveled to Chengdu with a cart full of medicines, remedies for joint pain, digestive troubles, headaches, the usual stuff. Business had been surprisingly good, and after 5 days I had sold everything. I was feeling pretty pleased with myself and decided to treat myself to a proper meal before heading home the next morning. The restaurant was crowded, but I found a small table in the corner. I was halfway through my bowl of Dan noodles when a young man approached. He was well dressed, maybe in his 20s, with a friendly smile that reached his eyes. "Excuse me," he said, pointing to my medicine seller's bag. "Are you from Yangshuo County?" I was surprised. "Yes, how did you know?" "The pattern on your bag. My family is from there too. What village?" When I told him my village name, his face lit up. "That's only 2 hills away from my family's village. What are the chances?" I offered him the seat across from me. His name was Lin Wei, and he seemed genuinely excited to meet someone from home. He asked about people and places I knew, and surprisingly, he knew many of the same landmarks and family names. He was charming and attentive, listening to my boring stories about the medicine trade as if they were fascinating tales of adventure. When I mentioned I'd be heading back the next day, he looked disappointed. "It's so rare to meet someone from home," he said. "Please, you must stay at my house tonight. I have plenty of room, and my cook makes excellent breakfast. It would be my honor to host a fellow countryman." I hesitated. I wasn't in the habit of staying with strangers, but there was something so earnest about him. Plus, the idea of a comfortable bed instead of another night at the cheap inn was tempting. "You're very kind," I said finally, "if it's not too much trouble." "None at all, I insist." His house was in a nice part of town, not extravagant but certainly comfortable. He had a small staff, a cook, a housekeeper, and a young boy who helped with chores. They all treated me with respect, and I was given a clean, comfortable room. One night turned into two, then three. Lin Wei was an excellent host, showing me around Chengdu, introducing me to his friends, treating me to meals. I kept making excuses to myself about why I wasn't leaving yet. The truth was, I was enjoying the attention. Back home, I was just the fat medicine seller. Here, I was an honored guest. On the fourth morning, I finally packed my things. Lin Wei seemed sad but understanding. "Before you go," he said, pulling an envelope from his pocket, "could I ask a favor? My mother's cousin lives in Maishan, which I believe is on your route home. Would you mind delivering this letter to him? I'd send it with a messenger, but they're so unreliable these days." I agreed without hesitation. It was the least I could do after his hospitality. His name is Huang Feng. His house is the one with the stone lion statues at the entrance, just past the bridge on the east side of town. He's expecting the letter, so he'll be grateful to receive it. I tucked the letter into my bag and said my goodbyes, promising to deliver it promptly. The journey to Meishan took 2 days. I arrived as the sun was setting on the second day and easily found the house Lin Wei had described. It was larger than I expected, set back from the road behind a small courtyard. The stone lions flanking the entrance looked almost alive in the fading light. I was about to knock when I heard voices from inside. The windows were covered, but one was cracked open slightly. I wouldn't normally eavesdrop, but something in the tone of the voices made me pause. "Should be here by now," a man was saying. Lin Wei said he'd be leaving 4 days ago. "Are you sure he's fat enough?" another voice asked. The last one barely contained all we needed. Lin Wei said he's perfect, fat as a festival pig, and he travels alone. No family waiting for him, no one to ask questions. A chill ran through me. Were they talking about me? "Once he delivers the letter, we'll know it's him," the first voice continued. "Then we do it quickly, no mistakes this time. And the body? Same as always. We empty him out, fill him up, sew him back together, and send him home for burial. No customs official questions, a family bringing their loved one home." My blood turned to ice. I backed away from the door, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I was afraid they'd hear it. When I was safely away from the house, I ducked behind a wall and pulled out the letter. It was sealed, but my hands were shaking so badly I tore the paper as I opened it. Inside wasn't a letter at all, just a single sheet with my name, description, and occupation. At the bottom was my home address, written in Lin Wei's elegant handwriting. I felt sick. The last one they mentioned. How many travelers had they killed, and for what purpose? The conversation replayed in my mind. Empty him out, fill him up, and suddenly I understood. They were smuggling something inside the bodies of their victims. I didn't know what to do. I was alone in a strange town, and the men in that house were expecting me. If I didn't show up, would they come looking? Did Lin Wei have other accomplices who might be watching me? I decided to go to the local police station. It was nearly dark by the time I found it, and the officer at the desk looked irritated at being bothered so late. When I tried to explain what I'd overheard, he seemed skeptical. "So you're saying this Lin Wei fellow befriended you just to send you to be murdered?" He raised an eyebrow. "And they're putting what exactly inside the bodies?" "I don't know," I admitted. But they said something about customs officials, so it must be something illegal they're smuggling." The officer sighed, but eventually agreed to send 2 men to investigate. They told me to wait at the station. An hour passed. Then 2. I was beginning to think they'd abandoned the whole thing when suddenly the station burst into activity. More officers arrived, and I overheard snippets of conversation. Arrests made, evidence secured, something about opium. Finally, the officer who had taken my report approached. His demeanor had completely changed. "You were right," he said grimly. "We caught them with everything: knives, surgical tools, and opium. Lots of opium." He explained that they'd uncovered an elaborate smuggling operation. The gang would identify suitable victims, typically overweight, single travelers who wouldn't be missed immediately, and Lin Wei would befriend them. He'd gather information about their routes and send them to his accomplices with a letter confirming their identity. The victims would be killed, their bodies hollowed out and filled with packages of opium. The corpses would then be transported as if they were being taken home for burial, allowing them to cross borders without inspection. The fat ones were preferred, the officer said bluntly. More space for the product. I felt nauseous imagining what would have happened if I hadn't overheard that conversation. They would have killed me, cut me open, stuffed me with drugs, and sent my body on its way, all while my poor mother waited for a son who would never truly come home. The police raided Lin Wei's house in Chengdu the next day and arrested him too. They found records of at least 7 other victims, all traveling merchants or laborers who had disappeared over the past 2 years. I gave my statement and eventually returned home, but I've never been the same. I sold my medicine business and found work that didn't require travel. For years, I jumped at shadows and couldn't trust a friendly face. Even now, decades later, I still wake up sweating from nightmares where I'm paralyzed, watching helplessly as shadowy figures approach with gleaming knives. I later learned that opium smuggling was rampant in those days, with gangs constantly developing new methods to evade authorities. Using human corpses was just one of their sick innovations. The police told me the gang had been operating for years, and if I hadn't been suspicious and checked that letter, I would have been just another body, another vessel for their trade. Sometimes I wonder about Lin Wei. How many meals had we shared while he was planning my death? How could he laugh with me, listen to my stories, all while knowing what fate he had arranged for me? Was there ever a moment of hesitation or remorse? I'll never know. And to this day, I can't bear to let anyone new into my life without wondering what they really want from me. Story 11. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me last month. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times, trying to find a rational explanation, but I can't. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm 20 years old and live with my mom and older brother in this modest house in Westfield that was built back in the 50s. It's not fancy or anything, just your typical suburban home with 3 bedrooms and a finished basement. We moved here about 2 years ago, and I never felt completely comfortable with the basement. There's something about it that just feels off. The basement has these old wooden stairs that creak with every step. There are these small windows near the ceiling that have cracks around the edges, letting in cold drafts even in summer. But what always bothered me most was this one corner that somehow stays dark no matter how many lights we put down there. It's like the darkness is swallowing the light. My mom and brother both work full-time, so I'm often home alone during the day. I'm taking a gap year before college and picked up most of the housework to contribute. I do the cooking, cleaning and laundry while they're at work. So last month on a Tuesday afternoon, I was doing laundry in the basement. It was around 2:30, and I remember checking my phone before heading downstairs because my friend had texted me about meeting up later. Our washer and dryer are against the wall opposite from that dark corner I mentioned. I had my back to it while sorting clothes into piles, whites, darks and colors. Our 2 cats, Luna and Midnight, had followed me down. They usually do when I'm doing chores. Luna was playing with a sock I'd dropped, and Midnight was just lounging on top of the dryer, enjoying the warmth. I was halfway through sorting when I heard it. A distinct thump from directly above me in the kitchen. It wasn't subtle. It sounded like someone had dropped something heavy on the floor. I froze immediately, my heart suddenly racing. I knew I was alone. Mom wouldn't be home until 6, and my brother usually gets back around 5. I stood still, listening. The cats had stopped what they were doing too, their ears perked up. For a few seconds, there was nothing, and I started to convince myself it was just the house settling or something falling over. Then I heard another thump, louder this time, followed by footsteps. Not just any footsteps. They were heavy, with a distinctive sound I recognized instantly as my brother's cowboy boots. He wears these thick-heeled boots everywhere, and they make a very specific sound on our hardwood floors. It was unmistakable. My first thought was that Jake had come home early from work. Maybe he wasn't feeling well or forgot something important. I called out, "Jake, is that you?" My voice echoed in the basement, but there was no response from upstairs. The footsteps continued, moving across the kitchen floor above me. I called out again, louder this time. "Jake, I'm in the basement." Still nothing. I started walking toward the stairs, thinking maybe he had headphones in and couldn't hear me. That's when the footsteps changed. They suddenly quickened like someone was running, and they were heading straight for the basement door. My body went cold. Something about the way those footsteps moved wasn't right. They were too deliberate, too purposeful. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at the closed door at the top. The footsteps reached the basement door, and I heard the distinct sound of the handle turning. My throat tightened as I watched the door slowly swing open. The footsteps thundered onto the first step of the basement stairs, making the old wood creak loudly under the weight. But there was nobody there. The door was open, the step had creaked, but there was absolutely no one visible on the stairs. I couldn't move, I couldn't even scream. I just stood there, staring at the empty staircase, my mind refusing to process what was happening. Behind me, I heard frantic movement. Both cats had bolted across the basement and squeezed themselves behind the dryer, as far away from the stairs as possible. That's what snapped me out of my paralysis. Animals can sense things we can't, right? And they were terrified. I backed away from the stairs, fumbling for my phone in my pocket. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock it, but I managed to call my brother. He answered on the third ring. "What's up, Jenna?" "Are you home?" I whispered, even though I already knew the answer. "No, I'm at work." "Why? Everything okay?" I couldn't tell him what was happening. He'd think I was crazy or playing a prank. Just checking. "When will you be home?" "Around 5, like usual." "Jenna, you sound weird. What's going on?" "Nothing, I just thought I heard something. It's fine." I hung up before he could ask more questions. I pressed myself against the far wall of the basement, as far from the stairs as possible. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The basement felt colder suddenly, like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in seconds. That's when I heard it, a soft, low whistle coming from that dark corner of the basement. It wasn't a tune, just a single sustained note that slowly rose in pitch and then fell again. The sound made the hair on my arms stand up. I've never felt terror like that before. Pure, primal fear that freezes your blood. The whistle came again, slightly louder this time. I couldn't see anything in that corner. It was just darkness, deeper than it should have been in the middle of the afternoon, but I felt like something was there, watching me. I could feel eyes on me, studying me. I couldn't stay there another second. I remembered the exterior door that leads out from the basement to the backyard. We rarely use it, and it sticks sometimes, but in that moment, it was my only escape route. I darted across the basement, scooping up Luna on my way. Midnight was harder to reach behind the dryer, but somehow I managed to grab her too, probably squeezing too tight in my panic. Both cats were rigid with fear, their claws digging into my arms. I struggled with the exterior door, juggling 2 terrified cats while trying to turn the rusty knob and push against the swollen wood. It finally gave way with a scraping sound that seemed deafening in the quiet basement. I practically fell outside, slamming the door behind me. The contrast was jarring. Outside, it was a beautiful, clear spring day. The sun was bright, birds were singing, and a neighbor was mowing their lawn a few houses down. Everything was so normal it felt surreal compared to the inexplicable dread I'd just experienced. I ran to my car with both cats still clutched against my chest, unlocked it, and collapsed into the driver's seat. Only then did I realize I was hyperventilating. I set the cats down on the passenger seat, where they huddled together, still spooked but calmer in the sunlight. I sat there for almost an hour, just staring at the house. From the outside, it looked completely ordinary. No movement in the windows, no strange shadows, nothing to suggest what I'd just experienced. My phone rang, startling me so badly I yelped. It was my mom, calling during her break. "Hey, sweetie, just checking in. Did you remember to defrost the chicken for dinner?" Her voice, so normal and concerned with everyday things, brought me back to reality a bit. "No, sorry, I'll do it now," I said, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. "Are you okay? You sound odd." "I'm fine, just had a weird moment. I thought I heard someone in the house, but it was nothing." She immediately went into mom mode. "Did you check all the rooms? Should I come home? I can leave early." No, it's fine. I checked everything." I hadn't, but I couldn't tell her what really happened. Probably just the house settling or something from the neighbors. After we hung up, I sat there longer, trying to make sense of what had happened. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a neighbor had come in looking for something, but I would have seen them. And the whistling, that definitely wasn't a house-settling noise. Eventually, I had to go back inside. I couldn't sit in my car forever, and I needed to defrost that chicken before Mom got home. Plus, the cats were getting restless. I entered through the front door, moving slowly, listening for any sound. The house felt normal again, just our regular, slightly drafty old house. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing was out of place, and there was absolutely no sign anyone had been there. When I finally worked up the courage to check the basement, it too seemed back to normal. The laundry was still in piles where I'd left it. The creepy corner was just a corner, dark but not menacing. But I noticed something that sent a chill through me. The exterior door I'd fled through was locked from the inside. I distinctly remembered not locking it in my panic to escape. It's been a month now, and nothing like that has happened again. My mum and brother didn't believe me when I eventually told them a watered-down version of what happened. They think I dozed off while doing laundry and had a vivid nightmare. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was all in my head. But I don't think so. Those footsteps were too real. That whistle was too clear. And the fear I felt wasn't the kind you feel in dreams. It was bone-deep, ice-cold terror. I still do the laundry because it's my responsibility. But I've made some adjustments. I never go down there alone without my earbuds in, playing music loud enough to drown out any sounds that might be there. I've rearranged the basement so I never have my back to that corner. And I always keep one eye on those creaky wooden steps. I don't know what was in our basement that day. I don't know if it's still there, watching and waiting. But sometimes, when I'm home alone and the house is quiet, I swear I can hear the faintest whistle coming from somewhere deep in the house, calling me back to the basement. Story 12. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit. I guess I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can offer an explanation, because what happened in our home last winter still haunts me. My husband Marcus and I bought our first house about 3 years ago in Ravenwood, this quiet suburb with tree-lined streets and older homes. We fell in love with this century-old Victorian, 114 years old to be exact. It had all the character we wanted: original hardwood floors, crown molding, a gorgeous staircase. The price was surprisingly reasonable, which should have been our first clue something was off. The day we signed the papers, our next-door neighbor, Elaine, brought over a casserole to welcome us. While Marcus was in the kitchen unpacking dishes, she leaned in close and whispered, "You know this place has a history, right?" When I asked what she meant, she just said, "Spirits don't rest easy here. Previous owners never stayed long." I laughed it off. Marcus and I don't consider ourselves superstitious people. We're both pretty rational. He's an accountant, and I work in healthcare. Ghost stories were just that. Stories. Then we found out about the funeral home directly across the street. It's this imposing brick building with darkened windows and a small parking lot. Not exactly the view I'd dreamed of, but we figured we'd get used to it. The first few months were completely normal, settling in, painting rooms, making the place ours. I got pregnant shortly after moving in, and we converted the second bedroom into a nursery for our daughter, Lily. The incidents started small, maybe 6 months after we moved in. I'd be alone folding laundry and catch movement from the corner of my eye, like a shadow passing by a doorway. Or Marcus would ask why I was calling him from upstairs when I was actually in the basement. We'd wake up at 3 in the morning to what sounded like footsteps in the hallway, only to find nothing there. I started having these episodes of sleep paralysis, waking up unable to move, feeling like something was watching me from the corner of the room. I'd never experienced anything like it before moving into this house. Marcus would find me crying sometimes, but he was supportive, suggesting maybe it was just new mom anxiety after Lily was born. By the time Lily turned 2, we'd almost gotten used to the weirdness. Cabinet doors that would be open in the morning when we'd definitely closed them the night before. The occasional sound of something being dragged across the attic floor. The constant feeling of being watched in certain parts of the house. We joked about our roommate to cope with the unease, but never talked about it in front of Lily. Then came that night in January. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It was a Wednesday, middle of winter, bitterly cold, like -35 degrees Celsius. The kind of cold where your nose hairs freeze when you step outside. We'd been stuck indoors for days because of the weather. Lily had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching cartoons around 8:30, and we decided to just let her sleep there for a bit while we got ready for bed. I headed upstairs first to wash my face and brush my teeth. Marcus said he was going to fill up his water bottle in the kitchen and bring Lily up to her room. Nothing unusual about our routine. I remember getting into bed, scrolling through my phone for a minute, and then putting it on the nightstand. The house was completely quiet, except for the occasional creak from the old heating system fighting against the cold. I was just about to turn off my bedside lamp when I heard it, a scream. But not just any scream. This was like nothing I've ever heard before or since. It was deep and high-pitched at the same time, if that makes any sense. It had this distorted quality that didn't sound human. The closest I can describe it is like someone took the most terrifying horror movie scream, slowed it down, and played it backward. It had this hollow, echoing quality that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. And it came from our living room where Lily was sleeping. I froze completely. My whole body went cold. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. My first thought was Lily, but I physically couldn't make myself get up. It was like my body knew something my mind didn't, that whatever made that sound wasn't something I should face. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and texted Marcus, "Did you hear that?" At the exact same moment, a text from him appeared on my screen. "Did you hear that scream?" My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. If we both heard it, then it wasn't my imagination. It was real, and it came from where our baby was sleeping. I finally managed to force myself out of bed, my legs like jelly. I opened our bedroom door and saw Marcus already rushing up the stairs, his face completely drained of color. "Lily's fine," he whispered, his voice shaking. "She's fast asleep, snoring. She didn't even stir." "What was that?" I asked, barely able to get the words out. "I don't know," he said. "I was in the kitchen filling my water bottle. It came from the living room, but Lily's just sleeping normally on the couch. I checked everywhere. There's nothing there." We stood in the hallway, both of us trembling. Marcus isn't the type to scare easily. He's this big bearded guy who usually laughs off anything creepy, but I'd never seen him look so terrified. "Could it have been from outside?" I suggested, desperate for some explanation. "Maybe a fox or something? In -35-degree weather, with all the windows closed and sealed for winter?" He shook his head. "That scream was inside our house, Soph, and it was right next to Lily." We went downstairs together. Marcus leading the way. Every step felt like we were walking deeper into a nightmare. The living room looked completely normal. Lily was curled up under her blanket on the couch, peaceful as could be, her little chest rising and falling with each breath. The TV was off. Nothing was disturbed. Maybe it was the TV, I whispered, knowing it wasn't. It was off. I turned it off before I went to the kitchen, Marcus replied. We checked every corner of the downstairs, behind furniture, in closets. The basement door was still locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. No windows or doors were open. The house was exactly as it should be, except for that ungodly scream that had come from nowhere. I sat on the arm of the couch, watching Lily sleep, trying to process what had happened. How could she sleep through that? I asked. It was so loud. I don't know, Marcus said, running his hands through his hair. It was like it wasn't meant for her to hear. That thought sent another chill through me, like whatever made that sound was specifically directing it at us, the adults, the parents, the protectors. We decided to take Lily up to her room, neither of us wanting to leave her on the couch anymore. As Marcus carefully lifted her, I felt this overwhelming urge to get out of the house, just grab Lily and run. But it was the middle of winter, the middle of the night, and nowhere to go. We put Lily in her bed and then sat up the rest of the night in our room with all the lights on. Neither of us slept. We just sat there, backs against the headboard, occasionally making eye contact but mostly just listening. The house remained completely silent for the rest of the night, which somehow felt even more menacing. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, we tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was some weird pipe issue with the old plumbing. But we both knew plumbing doesn't make sounds like that. Maybe a bizarre echo from the funeral home across the street. But they wouldn't be doing anything at that hour, and sound doesn't carry like that in such cold weather. I called my mum, who's always been in touch with her spiritual side. She suggested I smudge the house with sage to clear any negative energy. I've never been into that stuff, but I was desperate. I drove 30 minutes to find a New Age shop that sold white sage bundles, and that afternoon, while Marcus took Lily to the indoor playground, I went through every room of our house, windows cracked despite the freezing temperature, waving burning sage and telling whatever was there that it needed to leave. Did it work? I honestly don't know. That specific scream never happened again, but the other things, the shadows, the footsteps, the feeling of being watched, they continued. Less frequently maybe, but still there. We considered moving, but the housing market tanked right after, and we couldn't afford to take a loss on the house. So we've stayed, living with this unspoken tension, this knowledge that something else shares our home. It's been 10 months since the scream. Lily's approaching her 3rd birthday now. Sometimes she talks to someone we can't see in her room. She calls them her other friend. When I ask what her friend looks like, she just says, dark, but nice to me. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, convinced I've heard something. That's when I check the baby monitor, watching Lily sleep, making sure she's alone in her room. So far, she always has been, at least as far as I can see. I don't know what screamed in our living room that night. I don't know why it chose that moment or why it never happened again. But I know what I heard wasn't of this world. And sometimes, when I'm home alone, I find myself avoiding the living room, afraid that if I spend too much time there, I might hear that sound again, and I'm not sure my heart could take it a second time. Story 13. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 2 months now, and honestly, I'm still not sure what to make of it. I've always been the skeptical type, the kind of person who needs solid evidence before believing in anything supernatural. But what happened that night in Millbrook has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. For context, I live in a tiny village called Millbrook. When I say tiny, I mean it. There are maybe 500 or 600 people here on a good day. Everyone knows everyone, which is both comforting and suffocating at times. My wife Diane and I moved here 3 years ago to get away from city life, and for the most part, it's been peaceful. Too peaceful, sometimes. It happened on a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I'd had a particularly stressful day at work, and I'd gone to bed early around 10 o'clock. I fell asleep almost instantly, which is unusual for me. I'm typically a restless sleeper. But that night, I crashed hard. At exactly 3 in the morning, I woke up with a start. No nightmare, no noise that I could recall, just suddenly wide awake with my heart racing. And the strangest thing, I had this overwhelming urge to smoke a cigarette. Now, I quit smoking 5 years ago, but occasionally I'll still get cravings. This one, though, was different. It felt almost compulsive, like I absolutely had to have a cigarette right that second. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake Diane. She's a light sleeper, and I didn't want to disturb her just because I was having a weird moment. I grabbed my emergency pack from the drawer in my office. Yes, I still keep one, don't judge, and headed downstairs. Our house is at the end of a cul-de-sac, with only one neighbor to our right. Jerry and his wife were away visiting family in another province. They'd left 3 days earlier and weren't due back for another week. I remember thinking that I should check their mail while they were gone. I stepped onto our back porch, the wooden boards creaking under my feet. It was chilly, probably around 40 degrees, and I wished I'd grabbed a hoodie. The neighborhood was completely silent. No cars, no distant voices, not even the usual crickets or frogs. Just this eerie stillness that suddenly made me feel very alone. I lit my cigarette, hands shaking slightly from the cold, at least that's what I told myself, and took a deep drag. The smoke filled my lungs, and I felt that familiar rush of nicotine. I was staring absently at Jerry's dark house when something caught my eye. Between our properties, there's about 30 feet of space, just grass and a small drainage ditch, and there, moving slowly along the property line, was a figure. At first, I thought it might be Jerry, maybe having returned early, but within seconds I knew that wasn't possible. This person was tall, much taller than Jerry's 5'8" frame. They were dressed completely in black, not just dark clothes, but a solid, absorbing blackness that seemed to stand out even against the night. They wore what looked like a hat or bonnet of some kind, and what I initially thought was a trench coat, but could have been a cloak or even a dress. The clothing moved oddly, not quite flowing naturally with their movements. The strangest detail, and I remember this so clearly, was that the black outfit had these tiny white specks all over it, like stars almost. They didn't reflect light. They seemed to emit it, very faintly. I stood frozen, cigarette burning between my fingers, watching as this figure moved deliberately toward Jerry's front door. There was something about the way they moved that was off. Not limping or shuffling, but not quite walking naturally either, almost like they were floating but making the motions of walking. The figure reached Jerry's door and just stopped. They stood there, completely motionless, facing the door. Not knocking, not trying the handle, just standing there. I don't know how long this went on, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. Time felt warped. Finally, my brain kicked back into gear. Jerry's house was empty, and here was someone, or something, trying to get in. I needed to say something. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet night. "Can I help you?" The figure didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. I took 3 steps forward, moving off my porch onto the lawn. "Hey, Jerry's not home, what are you doing?" And then, God, I still get chills thinking about it. The figure just vanished. 1 second it was there, solid and real, and the next it was gone. No movement, no walking away, no ducking out of sight. Just there, and then not there. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be seeing things. The cigarette had burned down to my fingers, and I dropped it, stamping it out automatically. I stood there for probably a full minute, just staring at the spot where the figure had been. The area around Jerry's front door is well lit by one of those solar floodlights that comes on with movement. There were no shadows that could have played tricks on my eyes, no trees moving in the wind to create strange shapes, just the steady, harsh light of the LED floodlight illuminating an empty space where, seconds before, I'd seen someone standing. I reached for my phone in my pocket and turned on the flashlight. Part of me was terrified to investigate further, but a larger part needed to know I wasn't losing my mind. I walked across our yards to Jerry's front door, sweeping the light around. Nothing. No footprints in the soft soil of the flower beds, no evidence anyone had been there at all. I tried Jerry's door, though I knew it would be locked, and it was. Windows all secure, no sign of tampering or any attempt at breaking in. I stood there, flashlight in hand, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. What the hell had I just seen? I must have spent 20 minutes walking around Jerry's property, looking for any sign of the figure, any explanation for what I'd witnessed. Nothing, just the quiet night and my increasingly frantic breathing. When I finally went back inside, I was shaking, not from fear, or not just from fear, but from the adrenaline crash and the overwhelming sense that I'd experienced something I couldn't explain. I poured myself a shot of whiskey and downed it, then another, trying to calm my nerves. I didn't wake Diane. What would I even say? Hey, honey, I just saw a ghost? I've never believed in that stuff. Even now, part of me is searching for a rational explanation, but I know what I saw. I barely slept that night. When morning came, I was exhausted and jumpy. Diane noticed immediately, asking if I was feeling okay. I hesitated, then decided to tell her. If anyone would listen without judgment, it would be her. As I described what I'd seen, I watched her face carefully, expecting to see concern or maybe skepticism. Instead, her expression changed to something I hadn't anticipated. Recognition. I saw it too, she said quietly. 3 nights ago, around midnight. My blood ran cold. What? She nodded, clutching her coffee mug tightly. I couldn't sleep and went downstairs for some water. I looked out the kitchen window and saw something, standing by Jerry's garage, tall, dressed all in black with a hat or hood. I thought it might be a burglar, but then... She swallowed hard. Then it just wasn't there anymore. I blinked, and it was gone. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, mind reeling. Because it sounds crazy, she said. I thought I was seeing things. I was tired. It was dark. I convinced myself it was nothing. But it wasn't nothing. We'd both seen it. We spent that morning comparing notes. The figure she'd seen matched my description exactly. The height, the clothing, the strange white specks. Neither of us had seen its face. In both encounters, it had been facing away from us. What do you think it is? Diane asked me. I shook my head. I don't know. Someone playing a prank? A ghost? The word felt ridiculous coming out of my mouth. Do you think it's connected to Jerry's house somehow? That was a disturbing thought. Jerry and his wife had only lived there for about 2 years. Before them, the house had belonged to an elderly couple who, as far as I knew, had moved to a retirement community. Nothing tragic had happened there, at least not recently. Over the next few days, I found myself constantly looking out windows, especially at night. I started taking walks around the neighborhood, telling myself I was just getting exercise, but really, I was looking for the figure. I even drove by Jerry's house during my lunch break, though I wasn't sure what I expected to find. I also did some research, looking up local history and folklore. Millbrook has been around since the 1800s, so there are plenty of stories. Nothing stood out, though. No tales of a tall figure in black, no notorious hauntings in our specific area. I considered setting up some kind of surveillance. I have a decent camera I could set up facing Jerry's property. But then what? What if I actually captured something? Would a digital camera even pick up whatever this was? And what would I do with that footage? more unsettling. What if I didn't capture anything? What if my camera showed nothing while I was seeing this figure with my own eyes? That possibility almost scared me more than the entity itself. It's been almost 2 months now, and I haven't seen the figure again. Neither has Diane. Jerry and his wife came back from their trip, and life went on as normal. I haven't mentioned what we saw to them. What would be the point? Hey, by the way, there might be a ghost visiting your house, but I think about it every day. Every time I step outside at night, I expect to see that tall, dark shape standing silently, those strange white specks gleaming against the black. I find myself avoiding looking toward Jerry's house after dark. I've started smoking again, just a couple a day, but I smoke them inside now, looking out through the window instead of standing on the porch. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or if there's some rational explanation I'm missing, but I know it was real. Both Diane and I experienced it independently, and our descriptions matched too closely for it to be coincidence or imagination. Sometimes I wonder if it will come back. Sometimes I wonder if it ever really left, or if it's still there, standing silently at Jerry's door, only visible at certain times or to certain people. The thought keeps me up at night. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if someone else told me this story, but it happened. In our quiet little village where nothing ever happens, where everyone knows everyone, something impossible walked between our houses and then vanished into thin air. And the most terrifying part, I don't think it was there for Jerry at all. I think it was watching us. Story 14. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe it's because I haven't slept properly in 20 years. Maybe it's because I still have nightmares about that school. Or maybe it's because I need someone, anyone, to believe me. I was 8 years old when my family moved to Nysa, Oregon. It was supposed to be a fresh start. You see, I've been able to see things since I was little. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. At my previous schools, they were everywhere. Lingering in hallways, sitting at empty desks, following me to the bathroom. My parents thought I was making it up for attention, but my constant nightmares and refusal to go to certain parts of the school buildings finally convinced them something was wrong. When Dad got a job offer in Nysa, they jumped at the chance to move. The first few weeks at Nysa Elementary were incredible. For the first time in my life, I walked through school hallways without seeing a single spirit. I could focus on my schoolwork. I could use the bathroom without checking for ghostly occupants first. I made a best friend, Jenny, who lived a few houses down from us. My parents were relieved to see me acting like a normal kid for once. Then came the day our class had to use the gymnasium for the first time. Our elementary school shared both a cafeteria and gym with the high school next door. The first time I walked into that gym, I felt it immediately. That cold, heavy feeling in my stomach. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I wasn't alone. I froze in the doorway, and Jenny bumped into me from behind. "Tara, what's wrong?" she asked. I couldn't answer, because there, sitting in the bleachers along the wall, were at least a dozen spirits. Some looked like teenagers, others older, maybe teachers or parents. The worst part, the bleachers were folded up against the wall. They weren't extended. These spirits were just floating in mid-air, in the exact positions where seats would be if the bleachers were pulled out. I forced myself to move forward with the rest of my class. Mrs. Peterson had us sit in a circle for some kind of game. I kept my eyes locked on the floor, but I could feel them watching me. I knew they could tell, I could see them. Over the next few weeks, I learned to deal with the gym spirits. They mostly just watched, though sometimes they'd wander onto the court during our activities. Once in a while, a chair would suddenly move, or a ball would change direction mid-air. Kids would blame each other, and teachers would scold whoever was nearest. Only I knew the truth. The cafeteria had its own spirits, but they were quieter, mostly just sitting at empty tables or wandering between the lunch lines. One old lunch lady ghost would sometimes peer over the shoulders of the living cafeteria workers. shaking her head disapprovingly at whatever they were preparing. I managed to cope because I had Jenny. She didn't know what I saw, but somehow having her next to me made everything bearable. She was like a shield. The spirit seemed less active when she was around. I didn't understand it then, but I was grateful. Then came that day in 4th grade, a Tuesday in October. Jenny was out sick with strep throat. I'd never felt so alone walking into the gym. We were doing some activity with those wheeled scooter boards. You know, the flat plastic squares with wheels that you sit on and push yourself around. The spirits were agitated that day. I could tell as soon as I walked in. They weren't just sitting in their usual spots. They were moving around more, and there seemed to be more of them than usual. My teacher, Mr. Allen, had us each grab a scooter board from the equipment closet. Okay, everyone grab a spot on the floor. We're going to play scooter hockey today, he said, handing out those plastic hockey sticks. I picked a spot near the wall, away from where most of the spirits were congregating. As Mr. Allen explained the rules, I kept my eyes on the floor, but I could feel cold spots moving around us. The spirits were circling our class like sharks. When the game started, things got worse. Kids were pushing themselves around on their scooters, chasing after the plastic puck. I tried to participate, but I kept getting distracted by the movements I could see out of the corner of my eye. Then it started happening. One kid suddenly fell off his scooter as if it had been yanked out from under him. Another screamed when her scooter suddenly shot across the floor when she wasn't even pushing it. "Who's pushing people?" Mr. Allen demanded, looking annoyed. "That's not funny, guys. Someone could get hurt." Nobody confessed because nobody was doing it. I watched as a teenage spirit, a boy in a Letterman jacket with a partially crushed skull, casually kicked a scooter out from under Mikey Davis. Mikey fell hard on his tailbone and started crying. I tried to make myself as small as possible, pushing myself slowly along the edges of the gym. But they noticed me. They always noticed me. I felt a cold presence behind me seconds before my scooter jerked violently to the side. I managed to stay on, but my fingers got caught under the wheels. I bit my lip to keep from crying out as the plastic wheels crushed my fingers against the gym floor. I pulled my hand free and saw my fingertips were already turning purple. When I looked up, the spirit, a different one this time, an older man in what looked like an old-fashioned coach's uniform, was staring right at me. He knew I could see him. He smiled. The rest of that gym class was torture. I kept my back against the wall as much as possible, but the spirits seemed to be targeting me now. My scooter would suddenly lurch forward or spin in circles. The hockey puck would veer toward me, even when nobody had hit it in my direction. By the end of class, I had bruises forming on my shins and a scraped elbow along with my crushed fingers. As terrible as the gym was, the bus ride home was worse. Our bus route took us along a stretch of road lined with mint fields. Every day, as we approached that section of road, I'd feel a change in the air. It's hard to describe, like the difference between breathing fresh air and breathing underwater. The smell was the worst part. Everyone else commented on how nice the mint fields smelled, but underneath that minty freshness, I smelled something else, something rotten and decayed, like meat left too long in the sun. That particular day, as we approached the mint fields, the smell hit me harder than usual. I pressed my face against the cool window glass, trying not to throw up. And that's when I saw him for the first time, the ghost bus driver. He was standing by the side of the road, next to a bent and rusted road sign. Half his body looked normal, a middle-aged man in what looked like an old-fashioned bus driver's uniform, but the other half was crushed and mangled, like he'd been hit by something big, a truck maybe. His arm was twisted at an impossible angle, and part of his face was just gone. As our bus passed him, his good eye followed me, and I knew he could tell that I saw him. What happened next still gives me nightmares. As we continued down the road, I suddenly realized he was on the bus with us, not outside anymore. Inside, standing right next to our living bus driver, Mr. Peterson, the ghost's mangled form was superimposed over Mr. Peterson's seat, as if two realities were occupying the same space, and he wasn't alone. As I looked around the bus in horror, I saw them, ghost children sitting among the living ones. Some looked relatively normal, just pale and translucent. Others showed signs of terrible injuries, broken limbs, crushed bodies, missing parts. They sat interspersed with my schoolmates, who were laughing and talking and completely unaware. I pressed myself against the window and closed my eyes, but I could still feel them, still smell that awful decay beneath the mint. I knew what this was. There'd been an accident here long ago. A school bus full of children had been hit by something, a train, or maybe a truck. And now they were stuck here, reliving their final journey over and over. When the bus finally reached my stop, I ran all the way home and threw up in the front yard. Mom thought I had a stomach bug and kept me home the next day, which was a brief reprieve. But the day after, I had to go back. For the next 2 years, this was my reality. The spirits in the gym watching from their invisible bleachers, the ghost lunch lady critiquing the cafeteria food, the phantom bus driver and his bus full of dead children, day after day, as we passed those mint fields that smelled of death. Jenny was my lifeline. Somehow when she was with me, the spirits were less aggressive. They'd still watch, but they wouldn't interfere as much. It wasn't until years later that I learned her grandmother had been some kind of spiritualist. Maybe Jenny had inherited something that protected her, and by extension, me. Then 6th grade came, and Jenny's parents divorced. She moved with her mom to Idaho. The day after she left was the worst day of my life. It was like the spirits could sense her absence, like they knew my protection was gone. The gym spirits didn't just watch anymore. They pushed equipment around openly. They knocked over chairs. They touched kids' hair and blew cold air on the backs of their necks. Other students started noticing that weird things happened in the gym, though no one could see what I saw. On the bus, it got so much worse. The ghost driver didn't just stand next to Mr. Peterson anymore. Sometimes he would seem to merge with him, and for terrifying moments, Mr. Peterson's face would distort into the mangled features of the ghost. The dead children didn't just sit quietly anymore. They would reach out to touch the living kids, who would shiver and look around confused. And they started following me home. I'd see them standing in our front yard at night, looking up at my bedroom window. I'd wake up to find the ghost driver standing at the foot of my bed, his crushed face inches from mine. I begged my parents to let me change schools. I made up stories about bullies, about mean teachers, about anything I could think of, but we'd moved to Nissa specifically for this school district, and my parents weren't about to uproot our lives again just because I was making up stories again. I stopped sleeping, I stopped eating, I faked illnesses to avoid the bus, walking the 3 miles to school instead, taking the long route that avoided the mint fields. But I couldn't avoid the gym, or the cafeteria, or the increasingly aggressive spirits that seemed to be feeding off my fear. The day I finally broke was an ordinary Wednesday in spring. The spirits in the gym had been particularly active during PE, and I'd had to endure their cold touches and whispered voices for 45 minutes. Then, on the bus ride home, as we approached the mint fields, something changed. The smell of decay was overwhelming, and suddenly the bus wasn't just carrying a few ghost children, it was full of them. They were everywhere, pressing in on me from all sides, their cold, dead hands reaching for me. The ghost driver wasn't just standing next to Mr. Peterson, he was driving the bus, his mangled hands on the wheel, turning us towards something I couldn't see. I screamed and kept screaming until Mr. Peterson pulled the bus over and my parents had to come pick me up. That night I told them everything. I didn't care anymore if they believed me or not. I told them about the spirits in the gym bleachers, about the ghost driver and his dead children, about the mint fields that smelled like death. They transferred me to a different school the next week. They also took me to a psychiatrist who diagnosed me with everything from anxiety disorder to schizophrenia. I've been on various medications ever since. I'm 28 now. I moved away from Nissa as soon as I turned 18. I've never gone back. But sometimes, when I pass a mint field, I catch that smell again. That terrible smell of decay beneath the freshness. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel the weight of someone sitting on the edge of my bed, and I open my eyes to see the crushed face of the bus driver watching me with his one good eye. I still don't know what happened on that road. I've researched it since, looking for records of a bus accident near Nisa, but I've never found anything definitive. Maybe the records are lost. Maybe it happened so long ago that no one remembers. Or maybe they're still there, waiting for someone else who can see them, someone else to torment. And that's why I'm writing this, as a warning. If you move to Nisa, and your child suddenly develops a fear of the school gym or refuses to ride the bus past those mint fields, please believe them. I wish someone had believed me. Story 15. I never believed in the paranormal until I moved back to Oak Ridge. I had to return after my mom passed away last April. I hadn't been back to my childhood home in almost 7 years, not since I left for college and then settled in the city. Coming back felt strange, like stepping into a time capsule. The house was exactly how I remembered it, cluttered with decades of my family's life. Mom was never good at throwing things away. Every drawer was stuffed with random items, old receipts, buttons, birthday cards from the 90s. The place was a mess, but it was home. I'm 22 now, and being alone in this big old house brings back memories I'd completely forgotten. Some good, some... well, I'm still trying to make sense of what's happening. It started small. I'd leave a room and come back to find things slightly different. At first, I blamed it on being tired or forgetful. Moving is stressful, right? But then it got harder to ignore. I'd wake up to find pillows from my bedroom relocated to the living room couch. The bathroom trash can would be tipped over, with nothing actually spilled. Doors I'd left open would be closed when I returned. The light fixtures started acting weird too. The kitchen overhead would flicker even though I'd just replaced the bulbs. The lamp in the study would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. I have 2 cats, Milo and Luna, who I brought with me from my apartment. I figured maybe they were causing some of the disturbances, but they seemed just as freaked out as I was. They'd stare at empty corners, their tails puffed up, backing away from nothing. Last week, I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone with both cats curled up beside me. Suddenly, the mattress dipped at the foot of the bed, like someone had sat down. It wasn't a small dip, it was the weight of a person. I froze, watching as the indent in my comforter held its shape for several seconds before slowly rising back up. Both cats were still beside me, and there was absolutely nobody else in the house. I barely slept that night. The next day, exhausted, I decided to take a nap in the afternoon. As I was drifting off, I heard this weird clicking sound, like someone tapping their fingernails against wood. Then came a whisper right next to my ear. "You don't remember me." I jolted upright, heart pounding. The voice was high-pitched, childlike, but with something off about it, and in that moment a name popped into my head that I hadn't thought about in years. Jane. When I was little, around 6 or 7, I had what my parents called an imaginary friend named Jane. I remember my mum telling me how I'd play outside for hours, talking and laughing with thin air. I'd set up tea parties with an extra cup and saucer for Jane. I'd insist she needed her own chair at dinner. According to my mom, Jane always wore the same clothes, a blue dress with white socks and black shoes. I had completely forgotten about her until that moment. Jane, I whispered into the empty room. "You remember?" The voice sounded delighted. "I've been waiting for you to come home." My skin crawled. This wasn't a memory. This was happening now. "I want to play like we used to," the voice continued. "I missed you when you left." Before I could respond, I heard a noise from the next bedroom, my mother's old room. It sounded like snoring, deep and rhythmic, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone rolling over in bed. The mattress springs creaked loudly. I got up, my legs shaking, and walked to my mother's bedroom door. Pushing it open slowly, I saw the bed was empty, but the covers were disturbed. As I watched, the pillow compressed, as if someone had just laid their head on it. The blankets shifted, forming the clear impression of a body, though there was no one physically there. "That's my daddy," Jane's voice came from behind me. "He's tired from the trip." I spun around but saw nothing. "What trip? Who are you?" "You know who I am, silly. We're all here now. My whole family came to live with you." Throughout the day, things got worse. I tried to convince myself I was having some kind of breakdown from the stress of my mom's death and moving back, but it felt too real. I heard footsteps on the stairs, heavy ones, like a man's. Then the old leather recliner in the living room squeaked as something sat down in it. I watched in horror as the cushion compressed and the footrest extended on its own. I ran outside and sat in my car for over an hour, trying to calm down. When I finally got the courage to go back inside, everything seemed normal again. No impressions on furniture, no strange sounds. I convinced myself I needed more sleep and forced myself to eat something. That night, around 9, there was a knock at the front door. I wasn't expecting anyone, and we don't get many visitors in this part of town. "He's here!" Jane's voice exclaimed excitedly from somewhere in the house. I approached the door cautiously and looked through the peephole. The porch was empty, but I could hear something, the faint squeak of what sounded like wheelchair wheels coming up the sidewalk. "Who's here?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Grandpa," Jane replied. "He's been very sick, but now he gets to be home with us." I backed away from the door, bumping into the hall table. A photo fell, one of my mother and her second husband, Tom, who died when I was 12. As I picked it up, I noticed Tom was sitting in a wheelchair in the picture. He'd had MS. That night, I barricaded myself in my bedroom with a chair against the door. I could hear movement throughout the house, footsteps, doors opening and closing, muffled conversations. It sounded like a family going about their evening routine. My cats hid under the bed, refusing to come out. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up to sunlight streaming through my window. The chair was still wedged under the doorknob. Slowly I moved it and opened the door. There were people in my house. They sat around the kitchen table, a middle-aged man, a woman about the same age, an older man in what looked like pajamas, and a little girl in a blue dress. They turned to look at me simultaneously. They appeared normal at first glance, like a typical family, except for their eyes. They had no pupils, no irises, just white, milky orbs. The little girl, Jane, smiled at me. "Good morning, we made breakfast." I screamed and ran back to my room, slamming the door. With shaking hands, I called my friend Amber, who's into all that spiritual witchy stuff. I begged her to come over. Amber arrived with sage, crystals, and other items I didn't recognize. The house seemed normal when she got there. No sign of the family I'd seen. She might have thought I was crazy if strange things hadn't started happening as soon as she began her cleansing ritual. Glasses shattered in the kitchen cabinet. Books flew off shelves. The dishes in the sink broke one by one. The temperature dropped so low we could see our breath. "We need to leave," Amber said, her face pale. "This isn't a regular haunting. There's something wrong here." We ran out and drove to a hotel in the next town. I was terrified, confused, and angry. This was my house, my inheritance, and something had taken it over. After 2 nights at the hotel, I reluctantly returned home, bringing Amber with me. The house was immaculate, cleaner than I'd ever seen it. The clutter was organized, the floors swept, the dishes done. It was as if someone had spent days tidying up. For a week, things were quiet. No voices, no impressions on furniture, no items moving. I started to relax, thinking whatever Amber had done had worked. Then I walked into my home office one morning to find it completely trashed. Papers everywhere, drawers pulled out, books scattered across the floor. Strangely, my work laptop sat untouched in the center of the desk, perfectly aligned with the edges. That night, Jane's voice woke me up. "I'm sorry about your office," she said. "Daddy was looking for something. He didn't mean to make a mess." "What do you want?" I asked the darkness. "We just want to stay here. This is our home too. We can help you remember things. About your mom, about your brothers and sisters." "I've never had siblings. I'm an only child." "You forgot them like you forgot me," Jane said sadly. "We're your family too." The next morning, I woke up face to face with something that wasn't Jane. It wasn't human at all. A red face with blackened skin, like it had been burned, hovered inches from mine. It smelled like smoke and something rotting. Its mouth opened impossibly wide, and it screamed at me, a sound I'll never be able to describe properly, like metal tearing and animals dying all at once. I've had 3 more witchy friends come to cleanse the house. I've had a priest visit. I've researched the history of the property and found nothing unusual. For a while, things would quiet down after each attempt, but it never lasted. Last night, the whispering started again. I heard Jane arguing with someone or something in the hallway. "She belongs with us," Jane insisted. "She's part of our family." The other voice was deeper, distorted. "She belongs to me." I'm writing this from my bedroom, door locked, trying to figure out what to do. I can't sell this house, not knowing what's here. I can't stay, but I have nowhere else to go. My inheritance has become my prison, and the friend I forgot won't let me leave. The doorknob is turning now. I know I locked it. I can hear Jane humming on the other side. Story 16. I still can't walk past dead trees without my heart racing. Even now, 20 years later, my palms get sweaty and I have to force myself to breathe normally. What happened that summer day when I was 7 changed me forever. And though the nightmares finally stopped in 2019, the memory remains as vivid as if it happened yesterday. I grew up in a small village in rural Gujarat, India. Our home was a traditional joint family setup. My parents, grandparents, 3 uncles, their wives and 7 cousins all living under one roof. It was chaotic but comforting, always someone around to talk to or play with. Our family owned several acres of farmland and a small mango orchard about half a kilometer from our house. That day in May was brutally hot, even by Indian summer standards. The kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the ground and drives everyone indoors between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. My mother had warned me countless times not to go out during these hours, but I was a stubborn child. I had forgotten my cricket ball in the orchard the previous evening, and I was determined to retrieve it. "I'll be quick, Ma," I promised, already halfway out the door before she could stop me. The house was quiet, most adults napping, cousins playing carom inside, where the ceiling fans provided some relief from the heat. The moment I stepped outside, the heat hit me like a physical force. The ground was baked hard, cracked in places, and the usual 20-minute walk to our orchard seemed daunting in the midday sun. Normally, I would take the direct path cutting straight through our fields, but that day, and I still don't know why, I decided to take the longer route that curved around our neighbor Sharmaji's property. This path wasn't completely unfamiliar, but I rarely used it. It meandered through patches of uncultivated land before eventually connecting to the dirt road leading to our orchard. As I walked, sweat trickled down my back, soaking my thin cotton shirt. The only sounds were my sandals slapping against the hard earth and the occasional buzz of insects. About halfway through my journey, I passed by a section of Sharmaji's field that had always been left untended. The soil there was different, darker, almost black compared to the reddish-brown earth elsewhere. Nothing would grow there properly, and the older villagers avoided it. My grandfather once mentioned that the spot was not right, but never elaborated further. In the middle of this barren patch stood a solitary tree. It wasn't particularly tall, maybe 6 feet, but its appearance was striking. The trunk and branches were blackened, as if it had been struck by lightning or caught in a fire, though I'd never heard of either happening. Not a single leaf adorned its branches. The trunk split about halfway up into 2 main branches that curved upward, creating a natural V-shape that resembled a seat or throne. And there, sitting in that natural seat, was a woman. I stopped dead in my tracks. Women in our village rarely ventured out alone, especially during these hours when the sun was at its fiercest. My first thought was that she must be an outsider, maybe a traveler resting in the shade, except this dead tree offered no shade. She wore a pristine white sari that seemed to glow in the harsh sunlight. Her hair was jet black and fell past her waist in loose waves. When I first spotted her, she was running her fingers through this hair, using her long fingernails like a comb. There was something mesmerizing about the repetitive motion, fingers sliding from scalp to ends in one fluid movement. I stood frozen, uncertain whether to continue on my path or turn back. Something felt wrong. The air around the tree seemed different, heavier somehow, despite the dry heat everywhere else. I was about to back away when she looked up and noticed me. Her face was beautiful in a way that made my stomach clench. Too perfect, too symmetrical. Her eyes were large and dark, with no visible whites, and her smile revealed teeth that seemed too numerous and sharp. When our eyes met, her fingers paused mid-stroke in her hair. "Hello, little one," she called, her voice carrying easily across the field, despite the distance between us. It sounded like multiple women speaking in unison. "Come here. Come sit with me a while." She patted the space beside her on the branch, as if inviting me to climb up and join her. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. My mother's warnings about strangers echoed in my head. I shook my head no, taking a small step backward. Her smile faltered for just a moment before returning wider than before. "Don't be afraid," she cooed. "I only want to talk. Don't you want to hear a story? I know many stories that little boys like you would enjoy." Again I shook my head, more firmly this time. "I need to go home," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. That's when everything changed. Her expression shifted from inviting to furious in an instant. The smile remained, but it stretched impossibly wide across her face. Her eyes seemed to darken further until they were just hollow pits in her face. "You saw me," she hissed, no longer sounding like multiple women, but something else entirely, something ancient and angry. "You weren't supposed to see me." Before I could run or scream, she was no longer in the tree. I don't remember seeing her climb down or jump. One moment she was perched in the V of the branches, and the next she was standing directly in front of me, close enough that I could smell her, like wet earth and something rotting beneath it. Her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. Her skin felt wrong, cold and dry like paper, yet somehow moist underneath. The contrast made me gag. She leaned down until her face was level with mine, that terrible smile still stretching her features. "Now you're mine," she whispered. Then everything went black. I woke up at the edge of our mango orchard with no memory of how I'd gotten there. The sun was beginning to set, which meant I'd lost several hours. My cricket ball was clutched tightly in my hand, though I had no recollection of retrieving it. My entire body ached, as if I'd fallen from a great height, and my wrist bore 5 small bruises in the pattern of fingertips. When I finally stumbled home, my family was frantic. Search parties had been organized. My father was about to notify the police in the neighboring larger town. I couldn't explain where I'd been or what had happened. When they asked, all I could say was, "I got my ball," which only confused them further. That night, the fever started. By morning, my temperature was so high my mother was placing cold compresses on my forehead and feet, desperately trying to bring it down. The local doctor was summoned and prescribed medicines, but nothing helped. Along with the fever came severe constipation that wouldn't respond to any treatments. For 3 days, I drifted in and out of consciousness. During my lucid moments, I would see my family gathered around my bed, their faces drawn with worry. My grandmother was constantly praying, beads clutched in her gnarled fingers as she muttered mantras. My condition continued to deteriorate. I couldn't keep food down, my eyes had sunken into their sockets, and the fever wouldn't break. On the fourth day, when modern medicine had failed completely, my eldest uncle suggested consulting our family's guardian spirit. This was an ancient practice in our village, rarely spoken about outside family circles. Each family had a protective spirit that could be communicated with through specific rituals, usually performed by the eldest male member. That evening, my uncle prepared for the ritual. The room was cleared except for me on the bed, and my uncle sitting cross-legged on the floor. He lit incense and lamps, then began chanting in a dialect so old, even I didn't understand all the words, despite growing up hearing it. The smoke from the incense grew thicker, seeming to hang unnaturally in the air, rather than dispersing. After about an hour of continuous chanting, my uncle's voice changed. His posture straightened, his movements became more fluid, and when he spoke, it wasn't entirely his voice anymore. "The boy has been claimed," the spirit said through my uncle. "A Chudale has marked him as her own." A collective gasp went through the family members waiting outside the door. A Chudale, one of the most feared supernatural entities in our folklore. Female spirits of immense malevolence who preyed on the innocent and unwary. "How?" my grandfather asked, his voice shaking. "He saw her in her true form during her hour of power," the spirit replied. "She was combing her hair in her tree when he passed by. No mortal is meant to witness this." The revelation sent ice through my veins, despite my fever. The woman in the tree. She was real, and she was something terrible. My uncle, still channeling the guardian spirit, approached my bed and placed his hand on my forehead. Immediately my body went rigid, and I felt a presence inside me stir, something foreign and angry that had been hiding in the corners of my consciousness. My mouth opened, but the voice that emerged wasn't mine. "He's mine," a female voice hissed through my lips. "He saw me when he shouldn't have. I need a vessel, and he offered himself by looking upon me." "He's a child," my grandfather pleaded. He didn't know. "Ignorance is not protection," the entity replied through me. "I will not release him." After the spirit possession was confirmed, my family knew they needed help beyond what our guardian spirit could provide. They sent for 7 priests from a village nearly 60 kilometers away, men known for their knowledge of ancient rituals and exorcisms. The priests arrived the next morning, bringing with them bags of herbs, sacred texts, and ritual implements. They examined me briefly before conferring among themselves in hushed tones. The oldest, a man with a white beard that reached his chest, approached my bed. "The Chudale has taken deep root in him," he said grimly. "We must begin immediately. The ritual will be long and difficult. Everyone not directly involved must leave the house." My extended family was instructed to vacate the premises, with only my parents allowed to remain, but confined to the kitchen. The priests transformed our living room into a ritual space, drawing elaborate geometric patterns on the floor with colored powders, placing oil lamps at specific points, and hanging bundles of herbs from the ceiling beams. They carried me from my bedroom and placed me in the center of the largest pattern. I was barely conscious at this point, the fever having weakened me considerably. The priests positioned themselves in a circle around me and began chanting in Sanskrit. The sound ebbed and flowed like waves, sometimes a single voice, sometimes all 7 in perfect unison. What followed was 24 hours of the most intense experience of my life. The ritual was not a single ceremony, but a series of different practices aimed at weakening the entity's hold on me. Sometimes they would burn specific herbs, filling the room with acrid smoke that made my eyes water and my throat burn. Other times they would place various substances on my body. Pastes made from plants I couldn't identify. Oils that tingled and burned, powders that dried my skin. Throughout it all, The chanting never stopped. When one priest needed to rest his voice, another would seamlessly take over, maintaining the constant flow of sacred sounds. The entity inside me fought back viciously. There were periods where I lost control of my body completely. I'm told I spoke in languages I couldn't possibly know, that my voice shifted between my own childish tone and something ancient and female. My body contorted into impossible positions, my spine arching so severely that only my head and heels touched the floor. I spat and clawed at the priests when they came near, though I have no memory of doing so. The breaking point came around hour 22 of the ritual. The lead priest produced a small copper vessel containing what looked like ordinary water, but which he had blessed and prepared with specific mantras. As he approached to make me drink it, my body went completely rigid. My eyes rolled back until only the whites showed, and I began to convulse violently. "Now we have her," the priest said grimly. "She reveals herself in her desperation." 4 priests held me down while the lead priest forced the liquid into my mouth. The moment it touched my tongue, I felt as if my entire body was on fire from the inside. A scream tore from my throat, but it wasn't my scream, it was hers, the woman from the tree. "Leave this child," the priest commanded, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to vibrate the very air. "By the powers that bind and release, by the names of the divine that you dare not challenge, I command you to depart." The pain intensified until I thought I would die from it. Something was being torn from every cell in my body, and then suddenly it stopped. A rush of cold air swept through the room, extinguishing all the lamps simultaneously. When the priests relit them, my fever had broken. The constipation that had plagued me resolved itself within hours. I was weak and exhausted, but I was me again. In the days that followed, as I recovered my strength, my family learned more about what had happened. The barren patch in Sharma Ji's field, where the dead tree stood, had a dark history. Years earlier, a woman from a neighboring village had hanged herself from that very tree after discovering her husband's infidelity. The ground had been considered cursed ever since, but more disturbing was the discovery that the Chudale hadn't randomly encountered me. She had been deliberately released and directed toward our family by the Sharmas themselves. A land dispute between our families that I'd been too young to understand had escalated into something far more sinister. They had performed rituals to bind the restless spirit to their land and direct her malevolence toward us, specifically toward the children of our family. Although I recovered physically, the psychological scars remained. For years afterward, I experienced recurring nightmares about the woman in the tree. In these dreams, I would find myself walking that same path again, seeing her combing her hair with her fingernails. But in the nightmares, I couldn't move or run. I was paralyzed, forced to watch as she glided down from the tree and approached me with that terrible smile. The worst part was the sleep paralysis that accompanied these nightmares. I would wake up mentally but be unable to move my body, feeling a weight on my chest as if someone were sitting on me. Sometimes I would sense a presence in the room, a dark figure watching from the corner or the foot of my bed. I would try to scream but couldn't make a sound. These episodes continued regularly into my adulthood, gradually becoming less frequent but no less terrifying when they occurred. It wasn't until 2019, after a visit to my ancestral village, where I learned the dead tree had finally been cut down and the land properly cleansed by priests, that the nightmares stopped completely. To this day, I can't explain everything that happened. Medical doctors have suggested that I probably suffered from a tropical disease that caused the fever and other symptoms, and that the cultural context of my upbringing shaped how my family interpreted and responded to my illness. Maybe they're right, but none of them can explain the 5 finger-shaped bruises that appeared on my wrist, or how I knew details about the dead woman that no one had ever told me, or why, when they cut down that tree in 2019, they found a single white sari buried among its roots. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened at Agnes's mansion. It's been 5 years since everything changed, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm writing this down because I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My connection to the Blackwood mansion goes back to my childhood. My mom was friends with Eliza, Agnes's foster daughter, and they stayed in touch even after we moved to the city. Every summer we'd visit for a week, staying in the guest house on the property. I dreaded those visits as a kid. The mansion sits on the outskirts of Millfield, about a 20-minute drive from anything resembling civilization. It's this massive Victorian-style home, built in 1898 by Agnes's great-grandfather, who made his fortune in lumber. 4 generations of Blackwoods lived there, ending with Agnes, who inherited it when her husband died in the 70s. The first time I visited, I was 7. The moment our car turned onto that long gravel driveway lined with oak trees, I felt it. This weight pressing down on me. Mom was chatting excitedly about seeing Eliza, but I remember clutching my stuffed rabbit and feeling like something was watching us approach. Agnes was in her late 60s then, tall, thin, with silver hair always pulled back in a tight bun. She wore these high-necked blouses and long skirts even in summer heat. My mum was terrified of her, always reminding me to use proper manners around Agnes. She's from a different time, Mum would say. She expects children to be seen and not heard. But here's the weird thing. Agnes was actually kind to me. Stern, yes, but she'd slip me cookies when my mum wasn't looking and let me browse the library full of ancient books. Once I found her in the garden at dawn, talking to the roses like they could hear her. When she noticed me, she just smiled and said, "Plants need conversation too, dear." But the house itself, God, that house, the property had this effect on everyone. You'd walk up those gravel paths and hear footsteps behind you, clear as day. I'd spin around expecting someone, but nobody was ever there. The footsteps would match your pace exactly and stop the instant you did. Resume when you did. My mum noticed it too, but pretended not to. The mansion had several outbuildings, a carriage house converted to garages, servants' quarters, and a greenhouse. Their windows were always black, no matter the time of day or angle of sun. Sometimes you'd catch movement in them, just a shadow or a shape shifting behind the glass. When you looked directly, nothing. Inside the main house was worse. The first floor was elegant but cold. Polished hardwood floors, antique furniture, oil paintings of stern-faced Blackwoods. Agnes kept it immaculate. But the second floor, even now I struggle to describe it. The air felt different up there, heavier, like walking through invisible cobwebs. My room was on the second floor down the hall from Agnes. That first visit, I woke up at 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. The hallway was lit by a single wall sconce that cast more shadows than light. As I walked, I felt like the darkness was following me, reaching for my ankles. When I passed the mounted deer head on the wall, I swear to God its glass eyes tracked me. I ran back to my room and didn't come out till morning. Over the years I got older and tried to rationalize these feelings. Old houses settle, shadows play tricks, but everyone felt it. Delivery people refused to come after 4 p.m. Local teens wouldn't go near the place on dares. Eliza confided once that she'd never had friends over as a child because they'd all leave within an hour, making excuses to get away. Agnes never acknowledged anything strange. She moved through that house like it was normal, like she couldn't feel the oppressive weight that crushed everyone else. The only hint she ever gave was one night when I was 16. We were sitting in the library during a thunderstorm, and I jumped at a particularly loud crack of thunder. "This house has stood for over 100 years, she said, not looking up from her book. "The Blackwoods built it to last, and the Blackwoods watch over it still." I asked her if she meant ghosts, and she just gave me this look. Not angry, just knowing. "Family stays with family," she said, then changed the subject. "My last summer visit was when I was 22, just after college. Agnes was 94 by then, but still sharp as ever. She moved slower, needed a cane, but her mind was intact. That visit, the atmosphere in the house felt different, more intense, more focused, like it was building towards something. One night I heard Agnes talking in her room. I thought maybe she'd fallen, so I crept down the hallway to check on her. Her door was cracked open about an inch, and I could see her sitting in a chair by the window, illuminated by moonlight. She was speaking clearly, firmly, to an empty room. "Not yet," she said. "I'm not ready yet. You'll all have to wait a bit longer." Then she turned and looked directly at the door, directly at me, and said, "Isn't that right, dear?" I practically fell backward. I don't know if she saw me or was talking to whatever else was in that room. I mumbled an apology and fled back to my room, where I stayed awake until dawn. That was my last visit while Agnes was alive. My mom kept in touch with Eliza, who'd moved to the guest house to help care for Agnes as she declined. Mom would update me occasionally. Agnes had pneumonia. Agnes was better. Agnes needed a walker now. Then 2 years ago, Mom called to tell me Agnes had passed peacefully in her sleep at 97. The funeral would be in 3 days. Despite my complicated feelings about the mansion, I felt genuine sadness. Agnes had been intimidating but never unkind to me. After the funeral, there was a reception at the mansion. I hadn't been back in 5 years, and I steeled myself as we turned onto that familiar gravel driveway. I was prepared for that oppressive feeling, the sensation of being watched, the footsteps, but it wasn't there. I thought maybe grief was numbing me to it. But as I got out of the car, I realized the air felt different, lighter. The mansion looked the same, imposing Victorian architecture, wraparound porch, dormer windows, but it felt normal, just a big old house. I walked up the path and noticed the silence. No phantom footsteps. The windows of the outbuildings reflected the afternoon sun instead of appearing as black voids. Even the interior felt different, still formal and antique, but without that suffocating heaviness. During the reception, I found myself drawn to the second floor. I made an excuse about using the bathroom and climbed the stairs. The upstairs hallway was bright with afternoon sun streaming through windows that had always seemed dim before. I walked past the mounted deer head, just taxidermy now, nothing more. I paused at Agnes's bedroom door, slightly ajar. The room had been prepared for the reception, bed made perfectly, surfaces dusted. It looked smaller somehow, just a bedroom with antique furniture and floral wallpaper. Whatever presence had filled this house was gone. Later, I found Eliza alone in the kitchen and asked her if she noticed anything different about the house. She looked at me for a long moment, then said quietly, "You felt it too. I thought I was imagining things." We compared notes, and she confirmed everything I'd experienced over the years. The footsteps, the watching feeling, the oppressive second floor. She'd lived with it her entire life, assuming it was just how old houses were, until she visited friends and realized normal homes didn't feel like that. "The night Agnes died," Eliza said, "I was sitting with her. Just after midnight, she opened her eyes and smiled at something over my shoulder. I turned to look, but nothing was there. When I looked back, she said, 'They're all here. Everyone's waiting.' Then she closed her eyes and was gone by morning." Eliza sold the mansion 3 months later to a young couple with 3 kids and a spaniel. I was surprised anyone would want to raise children in that house, but when I mentioned this to Eliza, she just shrugged. "It's different now," she said. "Whatever was there left with Agnes." 6 months after they moved in, out of curiosity, I drove by the mansion. I saw kids playing on the lawn, the spaniel chasing a ball. Through the windows, I could see normal family life happening. No darkness, no oppression, no sense of being watched. I've thought about this constantly since then. The only explanation I can come up with is that Agnes's ancestors, 4 generations of Blackwoods, had been waiting for her, the last of their line. They'd stayed in that house, watching over it, making their presence known, waiting for Agnes to join them. And once she did, they all found peace together. Sometimes I drive by the mansion just to reassure myself. It's always the same, just a beautiful old house now, elegant but ordinary. The new family has planted a garden where Agnes used to talk to her roses. Kids' bikes lie on the lawn. The spaniel barks at passing cars, but sometimes when I look up at those second-floor windows, I think about Agnes's words. Family stays with family. I wonder if they're all together now, somewhere else, somewhere better. And I wonder if they're waiting for me to drive away so they can return to the only home they've ever known. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened that night in the auditorium. It's been 3 months now, and I get goosebumps every time I think about it. I've been wanting to share this for a while because I honestly need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I'm a senior at John Baptist, this private school in Bangor, Maine. Old building, lots of history, you know the type. Brick walls that have seen generations come and go, creaky wooden floors, and an auditorium that feels like it belongs in the 19th century. I've always loved that place, despite how outdated it is. The stained glass windows catch the afternoon light in this mesmerizing way, and the vintage wooden chairs have this worn comfort to them that new plastic seats could never match. That night started like any other rehearsal. We were putting on Grease for the spring production, and I had landed the role of Danny. We were about 2 weeks away from opening night, so rehearsals were running long. It was a Thursday in late March, and Maine winters don't exactly hurry away. It was freezing outside, with that bone-chilling dampness that seems to seep through every layer of clothing. Our drama teacher, Mr. Reed, had kept us until around 11 p.m. Everyone was exhausted, but the show was finally starting to come together. One by one, people started heading out into the cold night. I remember Sarah, who played Sandy, complaining about how her car was probably covered in frost by now. The usual post-rehearsal chatter and laughter gradually faded as people filtered out. My friend David and I were the last ones there besides Mr. Reed. We were part of the stage crew too, so we usually stayed behind to make sure everything was locked up properly. Mr. Reed trusted us with this responsibility. He'd hand us the keys, remind us to check all the doors, and head out to his car. He was always in a rush to get home to his wife and newborn. Make sure you turn off all the lights, guys. And Cameron, don't forget to lock the prop closet this time, Mr. Reed said, already putting on his coat. I need to get home before midnight or Emily will kill me. Got it, Mr. Reed. We'll take care of everything, I assured him. After he left, David and I went through our usual routine. We gathered up scripts left behind, cleared water bottles, put away props, and made sure the stage was clear. The auditorium was this massive space that could seat about 500 people. It had a main floor, and then this balcony section that wrapped around in a horseshoe shape. The balcony had been closed off for the rehearsal. We never used it unless it was an actual performance. It was around 11:30 when we finished most of the cleanup. I was sweeping the stage when David called out from the sound booth, "Hey Cam, you almost done? I'm starving, and McDonald's closes at midnight." "Yeah, just give me 5 more minutes," I replied, my voice echoing in the empty auditorium. As I was putting the broom away, I happened to glance up at the balcony, and that's when I saw him. There was someone sitting up there, right in the center of the front row. At first, I thought it was one of our cast members who had wandered up there, even though it was off limits during rehearsals. "Hey, David," I called out, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure. "Is anyone else still here? There's someone in the balcony." David came out from the sound booth, following my gaze. What, everyone left ages ago? But there he was, a guy with blonde hair wearing our school's purple and white leather jacket. You know, the ones the athletes get. He was just sitting there, perfectly still, looking down at the stage. "Hey!" I called out, my voice bouncing off the walls. "We're closing up. You need to come down now." No response. The figure didn't move at all. "Maybe he didn't hear you," David suggested, though I could tell by his voice that he was starting to feel uneasy too. I tried again, louder this time. "Hello, the auditorium is closed. You need to leave now." Still nothing, just this eerie stillness that made the hair on my arm stand up. The guy was just staring down at us, completely motionless. I couldn't make out his face clearly from that distance, but I could tell he was looking right at us. "This is weird," David muttered. "Should we go up there?" I hesitated. There was something off about the whole situation that made me reluctant to approach him. "Let's get Mr. Reed. He might still be in the parking lot." "I'll go," David said. "You stay here and keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't mess with anything." After David left, I stood there alone in the middle of the stage, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. The auditorium was dead silent, except for the occasional creaking of the old building. The heating had already been turned down for the night, and I could feel the temperature dropping. My breath was starting to fog in front of me. I kept looking up at the figure, trying to place him. Was he a student? He had to be, wearing our school jacket, but something about his stillness was deeply unsettling. It wasn't natural. People fidget, shift in their seats, blink. This guy was like a statue. "I'm serious, you need to leave," I called out again, my voice shakier than I intended. "We're locking up." The silence that followed felt heavy, oppressive. I decided to try a different approach. "Are you okay? Do you need help or something?" Nothing. Just that same unnerving stare. I pulled out my phone to check the time, 11:42 p.m., and considered calling someone else. But who? Security. The school didn't have any at night. The police seemed excessive for a student who was just being weird. The minutes dragged by painfully slowly. Where was David? He should have been back by now. I was starting to regret staying behind. The shadows in the corners of the auditorium seemed darker somehow, the empty seats more ominous. Finally, I heard the side door open and David's voice calling out, "Cam, Mr. Reed's still here." Relief washed over me as they both hurried down the aisle toward the stage. "What's going on?" Mr. Reed asked, looking concerned. I pointed up to the balcony. "There's someone—" But when I looked, the seat was empty. There was no one there. "What?" I stammered, blinking hard and looking again. He was just there. I swear there was a guy sitting right there in the center of the front row. Mr. Reed frowned. "Are you sure, Cameron? I locked the balcony doors myself after yesterday's rehearsal." "I saw him too," David confirmed. "Blonde guy in a school jacket. He was just sitting there, wouldn't respond when Cam called out to him." Mr. Reed's expression changed from concern to something more serious. "Let's check it out," he said, pulling out his keys. The three of us went up to the balcony, Mr. Reed unlocking the door that led to the stairs. It was pitch black up there, and the light switch took a moment to find. When the lights flickered on, we walked through the empty rows, making our way to the center where we'd seen the figure. There was no one there, of course, but what made my blood run cold was that the seat, the exact seat where he had been sitting, was down, while all the others around it were up. "Someone was definitely here," I said, pointing to the seat. Mr. Reed pushed the seat up and then checked all the other potential exits. "The emergency doors are still locked from the inside," he reported, "and they would have triggered the alarm if opened." "So, how did he get out?" David asked, voicing the question that was making my stomach twist into knots. Mr. Reed ran his hand through his thinning hair. "Look, it's late. Maybe you guys are just tired and seeing things, or maybe someone was here and managed to slip out somehow. Let's finish locking up and go home." But I knew what I had seen, and I knew there was no way that figure could have left the balcony without passing me on the stage. It was impossible. That night, I barely slept. I kept seeing that motionless figure in my mind, staring down at me with that unnatural stillness. The next day at school, I found myself scanning the hallways for a blonde guy in a purple and white jacket, but I didn't see anyone who matched what we'd seen. During lunch, I told David I wanted to look into the school's history. There had to be an explanation for what we'd experienced. We spent our free period in the library, digging through old yearbooks and school newspapers. It was in a faded newspaper from 27 years ago that we found it, a small article about a tragedy at the school. A senior named Jason Merrick had committed suicide in the auditorium after his girlfriend broke up with him. The article didn't go into details, but there was a photo of Jason, blonde-haired, wearing the school's purple and white athletic jacket. My heart nearly stopped when I saw the picture. It was him. I was sure of it. "Dude," David whispered, his face pale. "That's the guy we saw." I nodded, unable to speak. The implications were too terrifying to put into words. Over the next few days, I found myself unable to stop thinking about Jason. What was he doing in our auditorium? Why now? Was he trying to communicate something? A week after our encounter, I did something that probably seems crazy. I went back to the auditorium alone during lunch. I stood on the stage, looking up at the balcony where I'd seen him. "I don't know if you can hear me, Jason," I said, feeling simultaneously foolish and terrified, "but I want you to know that we see you, and if you want to watch our show, you're welcome to. It opens next Friday. I hope you enjoy it." I felt a chill pass through me as I spoke those words, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. Opening night came, and during my performance, I couldn't help glancing up at the balcony several times. The seat where Jason had sat was empty, but somehow I felt he was there, watching. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. What bothers me most wasn't just seeing a ghost. It was how solid and real he appeared. Not transparent or glowing like ghosts in movies. Just a regular guy in a school jacket, sitting in the balcony like he belonged there. Maybe that's what makes it so unsettling. The idea that we could be surrounded by the dead and never even know it. Sometimes when I'm in the auditorium, I still look up at that seat. I never see him again, but I can't shake the feeling that he's there, silently watching our performances. I wonder if he's been there all along, for every show over the past 27 years. Just another face in the crowd that nobody recognizes. I don't know why he chose to make himself visible to us that night. Maybe he was just lonely. Maybe he wanted someone to acknowledge his presence after all these years. Or maybe he just wanted to watch the show. Story 19. I still can't believe I'm finally sharing this. It's been 3 years since I moved out of that place in Montreal, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not typically the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was raised to be practical, analytical even. But what happened in that apartment building completely changed my perspective on what's possible in this world. It all started about 5 years ago, when I moved into this older 3-story apartment building in downtown Montreal. The rent was decent, the location was perfect for my commute to work, and honestly, the place had character with its creaky wooden floors and vintage radiators. The first few weeks were completely normal. I was settling in, arranging furniture, getting to know the neighborhood. Then it began. It was so subtle at first that I almost didn't notice. A thump here, a scraping sound there, always at night, always when I was trying to sleep. I remember dismissing it as typical apartment noises. Old buildings make sounds, right? But then I started noticing a pattern. Every single night, and I mean every night, at exactly 3 in the morning, the noises would start. It was like clockwork. I'd often wake up, check my phone, and there it was. 3 a.m. The noises always came from directly above my bedroom. At first, it was just footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps pacing back and forth. Someone walking around their apartment at 3 a.m. Isn't that weird? I thought. Maybe they work night shifts. But then I started hearing the voice. Deep, raspy, distinctly male. I couldn't make out full conversations, but occasional exclamations would come through clearly. "You!" he'd suddenly shout, like he'd discovered something disgusting. Other times it sounded like he was on the phone, the cadence of his voice rising and falling, like someone having a one-sided conversation. After about 2 weeks of this, I was absolutely exhausted. My work was suffering, I was irritable, and I couldn't function properly. One night I got so frustrated that I grabbed my broom and banged on the ceiling. The noises stopped immediately. I felt relief wash over me. Problem solved, right? But within minutes, the footsteps resumed, even louder than before, like whoever was up there was deliberately stomping. I decided to talk to my neighbors. The couple who lived next door to me on the same floor had been there for years. When I asked if they ever heard anything strange from upstairs, they looked at each other with confusion. "There's only Madame Tremblay up there," the wife said. "She's in her 80s and barely makes any noise." This didn't make sense. The footsteps I heard were heavy, definitely not from an elderly woman, and the voice, it was unmistakably male. The next day, I finally approached my landlord, Pierre. He was in his 60s, a gruff but fair man who had owned the building for decades. I explained the situation, emphasizing the male voice I kept hearing. Pierre's reaction was what first sent chills down my spine. He frowned deeply and said, "Ryan, the apartment above yours has only one tenant, Madame Tremblay. She's lived there for 30 years, and she lives alone." I pressed him further. Could she have a male relative staying with her, or a caretaker? Pierre shook his head firmly. "No one. She refuses all help, and that room above your bedroom, that's mostly her storage room. She rarely goes in there." I left his office feeling uneasy, but I wasn't ready to jump to supernatural conclusions. Maybe the sound was traveling strangely through the vents. Maybe it was coming from another apartment entirely, and just seemed like it was from above. A few days later, I finally saw her, Madame Tremblay. I was collecting my mail when I heard shuffling on the stairs. An elderly woman was slowly making her way down, clutching the railing. She looked exactly as you'd expect an 80-something woman to look, except for one thing. She appeared exhausted in a way that went beyond physical fatigue. Her white hair was disheveled, her frame gaunt, and there were dark circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't slept properly in months. When she noticed me watching her, she stopped. The look she gave me is something I'll never forget. Her eyes widened, and she stared at me with such intensity that I felt rooted to the spot. It wasn't anger or confusion in her eyes. It was recognition, mixed with something like pity. I managed to smile and greet her in my broken French. "Bonjour, madame. Je m'appelle Ryan. J'habite en dessous de vous." Her response was rapid-fire French that I couldn't follow. I shook my head apologetically and asked in English if she spoke any English. She just kept staring at me with those unsettling wide eyes, then said something that included the word brute, which I knew meant noise. Was she complaining about noise from my apartment or acknowledging the noise from hers? Before I could clarify, she slowly backed away and returned upstairs. The encounter left me feeling even more confused and unsettled. That night, the noises were worse than ever. The footsteps seemed more agitated, pacing faster. The voice was louder too, and I clearly heard him say, "This is disgusting," followed by what sounded like objects being moved around. At one point, it sounded like furniture was being dragged across the floor. The next day, I cornered Pierre again and demanded more information about Madame Tremblay. That's when he revealed some disturbing details. "She's not well," he admitted. "Mentally, I mean. She never turns on lights in her apartment. Says the electricity attracts negative energies. When I go in for maintenance, the place is covered in religious items, crosses everywhere, pictures of Jesus covering entire walls." He hesitated before continuing. "And she doesn't sleep in her bed. She sleeps on the floor beside it. Once told me she wants Jesus to sleep on her bed. I've tried to get social services involved, but she's technically functional enough to live independently." I felt a chill run through me. "Do you think she's hearing things, seeing things?" Pierre's expression darkened. "All I know is that no man lives in that apartment. No one visits her, ever." Over the next week, I became obsessed with finding a rational explanation. I questioned every tenant in the building. I researched the building's history, looking for past tragedies or deaths. I even set up a voice recorder in my bedroom, hoping to capture evidence of the sounds. The recordings were the final straw. When I played them back the next morning, the footsteps and thumps were clearly audible. But the voice that I heard so clearly with my own ears every night, didn't register on the recordings at all. Just static where the voice should have been. I couldn't deny it anymore. After exhausting every possible explanation, I had to face the uncomfortable truth. I was experiencing something paranormal. The heavy footsteps, the male voice complaining and chattering at 3 a.m. every night. It wasn't coming from any living person in the building. The weirdest part? I didn't feel threatened by whatever this was. It wasn't trying to scare me or harm me. It was just annoying. Like having a really inconsiderate roommate who doesn't know he's dead and keeps making noise at the worst possible hours. A really annoying, neurotic, weird dude who happened to be a ghost. And then it hit me. Madame Tremblay, the religious items, the fear of electricity, sleeping on the floor instead of her bed. She wasn't just eccentric, she was terrified. She'd been living with this entity for who knows how long, trying to protect herself with crosses and prayers. Those haunted eyes of hers when she looked at me, she knew I was experiencing it too. One night, after particularly loud thumping woke me up, I did something I hadn't tried before. I spoke directly to it. "Hey," I said loudly to my ceiling, "some of us are trying to sleep down here. Do you mind?" The noises stopped instantly. The silence was so sudden and complete that it felt louder than the thumps had been. For a moment I felt relieved, and then a cold spot formed directly above my bed. The air temperature dropped so dramatically that I could see my breath. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt a pressure in the room, like the air had become thicker. Then directly beside my ear, so close I could feel the breath, or whatever passes for breath with these things. The raspy voice whispered, "You." I didn't sleep for the rest of that night, or much at all over the next few weeks. I tried earplugs, white noise machines, sleeping pills. Nothing helped. I'd still wake up at 3 a.m. to the sounds, now worse than ever. It seemed like by acknowledging its existence, I'd somehow given it more energy, more presence. The final straw came when I noticed Madame Tremblay in the hallway again. She looked even worse, thinner, more haggard. When she saw me, she grabbed my arm with surprising strength and said something in French that included the word partir, to leave. She was telling me to get out. I moved out the following week, broke my lease, paid the penalty, didn't care. My sanity was worth more than the security deposit. Found a new place across town, as far from that building as I could reasonably get, while still being able to commute to work. Here's the thing that still bothers me. I never learned who or what that entity was. Was it someone who had died in the building? Was it attached to Madame Tremblay somehow? Was it just some random spirit that found its way into that specific space and decided to stay? I've been in my new place for 3 years now. No mysterious noises, no 3 a.m. wake-up calls. But sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I swear I can still hear that raspy voice saying, "You," like he's discovered something particularly disgusting. And I still can't help checking the time when I wake up at night, just to make sure it's not 3 a.m. I don't know if Madame Tremblay is still there, still surrounding herself with crosses, still giving up her bed to Jesus for protection against whatever that thing was. I hope she's found peace somehow. As for me, I'm never moving into an old building again, and I've developed a weird habit of saying "excuse me" whenever I enter an empty room, just in case someone I can't see is already there. Story 20. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. I'm 26, still living with my parents in our single-story townhouse in Westfield, while I save up for my own place. It's not ideal, especially since I'm bisexual and haven't told them. That's not even the complicated part of my life anymore, though. For years now, I've been followed by someone, a woman with wavy hair, always dressed in white. She's been sabotaging my relationships, and honestly, I'm starting to lose my mind. The first time I noticed something was off was about 3 years ago. My girlfriend at the time, Mia, was visiting for the weekend. My parents were away at some conference, so we had the house to ourselves. We were relaxing in my bedroom when Mia got a video call from her little brother. He was only 10, super energetic kid who always wanted to see what his big sister was up to. We were just chatting with him, nothing serious, when his face suddenly changed. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes focusing on something behind me. "Who's that lady?" he asked, his voice getting all quiet. "Is that your mom, Alex?" I turned around, but there was nobody there, just my bedroom wall and the closed door. "There's nobody here, buddy," I said, thinking he was just messing around. Mia looked confused too, glancing between the phone and the space behind me. "Jake, what are you talking about? Alex's parents aren't home." But the kid was insistent. The lady with the wavy hair, she just walked behind Alex and looked at me. I felt this cold sensation wash over me. My mom does have wavy hair, but she was 300 miles away at that conference. Mia and I checked the entire house afterward. Doors locked, windows closed. We were completely alone. Mia tried to laugh it off, saying her brother probably just saw a shadow or something, but I could tell she was spooked too. That night, she kept waking up, staring at my bedroom door. Things got even weirder a few weeks later. Mia and I were at the university physics lab. We were sitting at one of those long tables with the glass partition walls that separate each station. Mia was playing with my hair while I was trying to figure out this problem set. It was this little thing she always did, running her fingers through my hair when we were studying together. Suddenly, her hand froze. I looked up at her and saw her staring at the glass partition with this horrified expression. Her face had gone completely white. "What's wrong?" I asked her. She blinked a few times, still staring at the glass. "Nothing," she said finally, pulling her hand away from my hair. "Just thought I saw something." She wouldn't touch my hair after that. Later that night, after a lot of prodding, she finally told me what she'd seen. In the reflection of the glass partition, she'd spotted a woman standing right behind me, staring directly at her. A woman with wavy hair who looked angry that Mia was touching me. We broke up not long after that. Mia wouldn't say it was because of what she saw, but things were never the same. She'd flinch whenever I touched her, always looking over my shoulder like she was expecting to see someone there. I tried to forget about it, convince myself it was nothing. Then I met Sophia last year. Things were going great. She was smart, funny, and we connected immediately. About 2 months into dating, I invited her over for dinner while my parents were at their weekly card game with neighbors. I made us pasta, nothing fancy. We were sitting at the kitchen table, eating and talking about our day, when Sophia just stopped mid-sentence. Her fork clattered against her plate, and she was staring over my shoulder toward the stove. "You okay?" I asked, turning to look behind me. There was nothing there. She nodded slowly, but her eyes kept darting back to that spot. She barely touched her food after that and made an excuse to leave early. I thought maybe I'd said something wrong, or the food was terrible. The next day, she texted me instead of calling like she usually did. She said she couldn't stop thinking about what she'd seen in my kitchen, a woman with wavy hair, wearing white clothes, just standing by the stove watching us. The way Sophia described her, arms crossed, eyes narrowed, looking directly at Sophia like she was an intruder, made my skin crawl. It was the exact same description Mia had given me. I convinced Sophia it was probably just shadows from the kitchen light. Or maybe she'd glimpsed my neighbor through the window, but I knew it wasn't true. Our kitchen window faces a brick wall. Things escalated quickly after that. I was in the shower one morning, and we have this little hanging lock on the bathroom door instead of a proper lock. It suddenly started swinging violently, like someone had slammed the door open, then closed it. I yanked the shower curtain back, expecting to see my dad or mum, but the bathroom was empty. The lock just kept swinging back and forth on its own. A week later, Sophia called me, completely hysterical. She worked at this small accounting firm downtown, and she and her colleague had both seen a woman with wavy hair wearing white walk out of the break room, a break room nobody had entered for at least an hour. Her colleague asked who the woman was, assuming she was a new employee or client. When Sophia said she didn't know, they checked the break room. Empty. They asked everyone in the office. Nobody had seen anyone matching that description enter or leave the building. The worst part is, Sophia said the woman had looked directly at her before disappearing down the hallway. She said she recognized her from my kitchen. That's when I realized this thing, whatever it is, wasn't confined to my house. It was following me everywhere, to school, to work, even to places I'd never been before, and it seemed particularly interested in whoever I was dating. Then the dreams started. I'd be somewhere normal, at work, at the grocery store, driving my car. When suddenly I'd feel a hand grab my arm, I'd turn to see her, this woman with the wavy hair in white clothes, her face twisted with anger, pulling me. In the dreams, I'd realize I was dreaming, but I couldn't wake up. It was like those inception dreams where you think you've woken up, but you're still dreaming. I'd have to fight through multiple layers to actually wake up. The first time it happened, I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought I was having a heart attack. My arm, the one she grabbed in the dream, felt ice cold, like I'd stuck it in a freezer. Sophia broke up with me after the incident at her work. She said she couldn't handle it anymore, always feeling like someone was watching us, judging her. I didn't blame her. I was barely handling it myself. I tried dating a guy after that, thinking maybe this entity or whatever it was might leave me alone if I wasn't with a woman. His name was Daniel, and he was great, easygoing, didn't ask too many questions about why I was still in the closet around my parents. For a few weeks, everything seemed normal. No sightings, no weird incidents. I thought maybe I'd figured it out. Then one night Daniel stayed over while my parents were visiting my aunt. We were just watching a movie in the living room when he suddenly sat bolt upright. "There's someone in the hallway," he whispered. I looked over, saw nothing, but the expression on his face made my blood run cold. He was seeing her. I knew it before he even described her to me. Wavy hair, white clothes, staring at him with this possessive anger. Daniel left that night and stopped answering my texts. I can't really blame him. Today was the breaking point. I was alone in the house, making myself a sandwich for lunch. I felt this weird sensation, like the air pressure had changed. The hair on my arm stood up and I just knew she was there. I didn't want to turn around, but I couldn't help myself. She was standing in the kitchen doorway. Not a reflection, not a glimpse from the corner of my eye, fully there. Wavy brown hair falling past her shoulders, white dress that looked old-fashioned, and eyes that burned with some emotion I couldn't identify. Not anger exactly, something deeper, more possessive. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. She took a step toward me, and I swear the temperature dropped 20 degrees. My breath came out in a visible cloud. "Why are you doing this?" I finally managed to ask. She didn't answer, just tilted her head slightly, like she was studying me. Then she raised her hand, pointing at something behind me. I didn't want to turn away from her, but I felt compelled to look. There was nothing there, just the refrigerator with family photos held up by magnets. When I turned back, she was gone. But something had changed. One of the photos on the fridge, an old one of my parents before I was born, had fallen to the floor. I picked it up, and that's when I noticed a woman standing in the background I'd never seen before. She was partially cut off at the edge of the photo, but I could clearly see wavy hair and the collar of a white dress. The photo was taken 27 years ago, a year before I was born. I'm sitting in my car now, parked outside a coffee shop, because I can't go back to that house. I don't know who she is or what she wants. I don't know why she's so fixated on me, or why she seems to hate anyone I get close to. All I know is she's been in my life longer than I realized, and she's not going away. My phone keeps ringing. It's my mom wondering where I am. But how do I tell her that I'm being haunted by a woman who might have known her before I was even born? How do I explain that this presence has destroyed every relationship I've ever had? I can see my reflection in the rear-view mirror right now, and for a split second, I thought I saw wavy hair in the back seat. I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to go home. I'm afraid to date anyone else. And the worst part? Sometimes in those dreams when she grabs my arm right before I wake up, I feel like I almost recognize her, like there's something familiar about her that I can't quite place, like maybe I've known her my entire life. Story 21. I've been debating for weeks whether to write this down. Even now, my hands are shaking a bit as I type. It's not that I'm scared anymore, at least not in the way you might think. It's more the weight of carrying these experiences for over 20 years and finally sharing them with people who might understand. My husband James and I live in this gorgeous converted barn just outside Ashford. It's about 300 years old, attached to an even older farmhouse. We fell in love with it immediately, all that character, those ancient wooden beams, the stone walls that seem to hold centuries of stories. Our bedroom is at the top of these steep, narrow stairs that open onto this huge space downstairs. Lots of windows, which we covered with these thick curtains to keep out the light. I guess I should mention right away that weird things started happening almost as soon as we moved in. Nothing terrifying at first, just those little moments where you question your sanity. Items not being where you left them, cold spots in rooms that shouldn't be cold, that sort of thing. The first real incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. I was downstairs making tea when I heard footsteps overhead, heavy, deliberate steps crossing our bedroom floor. I called out to James, thinking he'd come home early from work, but there was no answer. When I went upstairs to check, the room was empty, completely empty. But I know what I heard. Then there was the night I woke up at around 3 in the morning to find all the cabinet doors in our kitchen wide open, every single one. I remember standing there in my pajamas, goosebumps covering my arms, trying to convince myself I'd been too tired to notice I hadn't closed them before bed. But I knew better. I always checked before going upstairs. But none of that compares to what happened to James about 6 years ago. James has terrible insomnia. He can lie awake for hours while I'm out like a light beside him. This particular night, he was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, when he heard the creak of the stairs. He thought maybe I'd gotten up to use the bathroom downstairs. We only had one upstairs bathroom back then, and it was being renovated. But I was right there next to him, sound asleep. He turned toward the staircase and saw it, a figure coming up the stairs, a dark, completely black silhouette, shaped exactly like an adult person. Not transparent like you'd imagine a ghost, but solid, like a 3-dimensional shadow moving on its own. James froze. He told me later that he couldn't even breathe. The figure reached the top of the stairs, moved to the curtain that separates our sleeping area from the staircase, and closed it deliberately. Then it started walking toward our bed. This is the part that still makes my skin crawl. James looked over at me to wake me up, panic rising in his throat. And when he looked back, the figure was gone, just gone. Not faded away, not walked through a wall, simply there 1 second and not the next. When he told me the next morning, I didn't know what to think. James isn't the type to make things up or get spooked easily. He's a mechanical engineer, practical to a fault. If he said he saw something, he saw something. It wasn't until a week later that I remembered something my ex-partner Tom had told me years before, something I'd written off as him trying to freak me out. Tom and I had lived in the same house for about a year before we split up. He wasn't good to me. Nothing physical, but the emotional stuff can leave just as many scars. One morning over breakfast, he asked me if I ever heard voices in our bedroom at night. I hadn't, and told him so. "They don't like how I treat you," he'd said, looking genuinely troubled. "They whisper about it when we're in bed, about how I should be better to you or else." I laughed it off at the time, thinking he was feeling guilty and projecting. But after what James saw, I wasn't laughing anymore. Here's the thing. My grandfather lived in this property until he died when I was 15. He was my protector when I was a kid. My parents worked long hours, and he was the one who was always there, making sure I was safe, checking under the bed for monsters, teaching me to stand up for myself. When Tom told me about the voices, a tiny part of me wondered if it was Grandad, still looking out for me. I never told James that theory until after his experience with the shadow figure. When I finally did, he got quiet for a long time, then said, "That actually makes me feel better, not worse." But it wasn't just us. Our friend Kelly house sits for us when we travel. After about the third time, she casually mentioned over dinner that our shadow person had been particularly active during our last trip. "Your what?" I nearly choked on my wine. "Oh." She looked surprised. "I thought you knew. There's a shadow that walks around the farmhouse part, solid black, shaped like a person. I see it almost every time I stay here." James and I exchanged looks. "Are you scared of it?" I asked. Kelly shrugged. "Was at first, not anymore. It doesn't do anything threatening, just walks around like it's checking on things. Sometimes it stands in doorways for a bit, then moves on." The exact same description. A solid black shadow silhouette. Not a trick of the light, not imagination. 3 different people seeing the same thing. After that conversation, I started noticing more, like how sometimes I'd feel someone standing behind me while I cooked, but when I turned, no one was there, or how the dogs would sometimes stare and wag their tails at empty corners of rooms. Once, I even caught a glimpse of something dark moving out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look properly, there was nothing. The most unsettling incident happened about 4 years ago. I was home alone during a massive thunderstorm. The power had gone out, and I was using candles for light. I was in the kitchen when I heard what sounded like my name being called from upstairs. A man's voice, faint but clear even over the thunder. I called James, thinking maybe he'd come home early, but he answered his mobile immediately. He was still at work, sheltering from the same storm. That night I felt so unsettled that I almost drove to my sister's house, storm be damned. But as I was gathering my keys and phone, the strangest calm came over me. It was like someone had wrapped a warm blanket around my shoulders. The fear just evaporated. I ended up falling asleep on the sofa and woke up with one of our throw blankets covering me, a blanket I swear had been folded in the ottoman when I fell asleep. We've had other visitors mention strange experiences too. My sister refuses to sleep in the guest room because she says she feels someone sitting on the edge of the bed at night. My nephew, who was 7 at the time, asked me why the dark man was standing in his doorway watching him sleep. Our electrician once asked if we'd just gone upstairs while he was working in the cellar because he heard footsteps above him. We hadn't. We'd both been in the garden the whole time. Last winter, James's mother was staying with us. She's a no-nonsense woman, never believed in anything supernatural. One morning at breakfast, she looked exhausted. When I asked if she'd slept badly, she hesitated, then said, "I woke up around 2 and there was a shadow sitting in the chair in the corner. I thought it was James checking on me, but when I called out, it just disappeared." After 20 years in this house, I've come to a sort of understanding with whatever or whoever shares our space. I don't think it means us harm. In fact, part of me still believes it's my grandfather, watching over us. Sometimes when I'm alone and feeling sad or anxious, I'll feel that same comforting presence I felt during the storm. The shadow figure still appears occasionally. Just last month, James saw it standing at the foot of our bed in the middle of the night. He said he wasn't even scared this time, just nodded at it and went back to sleep. I'm not sure if that's healthy acceptance or if we've just become desensitized to living with something inexplicable. What troubles me sometimes isn't the presence itself, but the fact that I can't explain it. I've researched the history of the property, thinking maybe someone died here tragically, but found nothing conclusive. I've looked into scientific explanations, carbon monoxide, infrasound, mold that could cause hallucinations, but everything checks out normal. The shadow is just here, walking our halls, climbing our stairs, watching over us as we sleep. A solid black silhouette that appears and disappears without warning or explanation. Sometimes I talk to it, especially when I'm alone. I tell it about my day, ask it to keep an eye on things. I don't know if it hears me, but it feels right somehow. Maybe one day I'll understand what it is or why it's here. Until then, we coexist in this ancient house, the living and the shadow, separated by some veil I can't see or touch. And if it is my grandfather, still watching over me after all these years, well, that's a comforting thought, isn't it? Even if it still makes the hair on my arms stand up when I catch a glimpse of a dark figure where no one should be standing. Story 22. I've never told this story to anyone outside of the staff at Whidbey Castle Golf Course. Even typing this out now, my hands are getting clammy and that familiar chill is creeping up my spine. But after keeping it bottled up for so long, I need to share what happened to me during my time working there. I started at Whidbey Castle back in 2015 as a salad and dessert chef. Getting the job was actually a big deal for me. The place has this reputation in New York for being super exclusive, and the pay was better than anything else I could find with my experience. The building itself is this massive stone structure that used to be some rich family's residence before they converted it into a country club in the 1920s. It's the kind of place where everything gleams. Polished wood, sparkling chandeliers, and pristine greens stretching out in every direction. What most guests don't know is that the stones used to build it in 1852 weren't just ordinary building materials. They were actually shipped over from England, from some 13th century abbey called Whidbey Abbey that had been partially dismantled. The management actually boasts about this in their brochure, how authentic and historic the place is. I thought it was cool at first. Now, I'm not so sure those stones should have ever left England. My first few weeks were pretty normal. I'd arrive for my shift around 2 in the afternoon, head down to the basement to change into my chef's coat, and then go upstairs to the kitchen to prep for dinner service. The basement wasn't anything special, just your typical storage area with a locker room for staff, a pantry for extra supplies, and a boiler room tucked away in the corner behind a heavy metal door. It was about a month in when I first felt it. I was heading down the narrow stone staircase to the basement to grab my chef's coat from my locker. The staircase itself is kind of hidden away from guests. It's this winding, tight passage with uneven steps that feels like it belongs in a medieval castle rather than a modern country club. The lights down there are these dim, yellowing bulbs that cast long shadows across the stone floor. I remember I was in a rush that day. We had a big event upstairs, and I was running late. As I hurried past the boiler room door, I felt this presence. It wasn't like someone had touched me or made a noise. It was more like when you're alone in your house, but suddenly you know you're not alone anymore. The air got heavier, colder, and the hairs on my arms stood straight up. I froze mid-step and slowly turned toward the boiler room door. It was closed, like always. But I could have sworn someone was standing just on the other side, watching me through the crack beneath the door. I called out, thinking maybe it was Mike, our maintenance guy, but no one answered. I grabbed my stuff as quickly as possible and practically ran back upstairs, telling myself I was being stupid. Old buildings make people feel weird sometimes, right? That's normal. But it happened again the next day, and the day after that. And every single time I went down to that basement for the next 6 years, the feeling was always the same, like someone was watching me from that specific spot. Not moving around the basement, not following me up the stairs, just standing inside that boiler room, staring out at me. I started changing my routine, grabbing my chef's coat at the end of my previous shift so I wouldn't have to go down in the morning. I'd make excuses to send other people down to get supplies, Anything to avoid that basement. The worst part was that I couldn't explain it to anyone. How do you tell your boss you're afraid of going to the basement because you feel like someone's watching you from the boiler room? I'd sound crazy. So I kept it to myself, this secret fear I carried every day at work. About 3 years in, I was working a late shift with another chef named Diane. We were cleaning up after a wedding reception, and it was just the two of us left in the kitchen. Somehow, we got to talking about the weird quirks of the building. You know, the usual stuff about old pipes making noises and drafty windows. Then, out of nowhere, Diane said, "I never change in the basement anymore. I just wear my uniform under my clothes." My stomach dropped. I tried to sound casual when I asked, "Why's that?" She hesitated, then looked around like she was afraid someone might overhear us, even though we were alone. This is going to sound crazy, but I always feel like someone's watching me from the boiler room. It's like there's someone standing just inside the door staring at me. I nearly dropped the pan I was washing. For 6 years, I thought I was losing my mind. And here was Diane describing the exact same feeling I'd been experiencing. "You feel it too?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The relief in her eyes was immediate. "Oh my God, you do! I thought I was going crazy." We stayed after our shift ended that night, sitting at one of the empty tables in the dining room, trading stories about our experiences in the basement. Diane had felt it for about 4 years, starting a few months after she began working there. Like me, she'd never seen anything. No apparition, no physical manifestation. Just that overwhelming sensation of being watched from that specific spot. "It's the stones," she said matter-of-factly. "They brought something over with them from that abbey." I'd never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before, but after years of experiencing that same feeling, I was open to any explanation. "But why just the boiler room?" I asked. "If it's the stones, wouldn't whatever it is be all over the building?" Diane shrugged. "Maybe that's where it feels most comfortable, or maybe something happened there specifically." We pulled up the history of the building on our phones, searching for any tragedies or deaths that might have occurred in the basement. There was nothing specific to the boiler room, but we did find more information about Whitby Abbey in England. Apparently, during the 13th century, the abbey had been used not just as a place of worship, but also as a place where local lords would sometimes keep prisoners. There were accounts of people being tortured there during power struggles between rival noble families. The stones that were brought over to build Whitby Castle came specifically from the demolished prison section of the abbey. "Jesus," I muttered, scrolling through the article. "You think we've got some medieval torture victim watching us from the boiler room?" Diane looked pale in the dim light of the empty dining room. Or maybe the torturer. That thought sent a chill through me that I still feel when I think about it today. After that night, Diane and I formed a kind of silent pact. We'd cover for each other, make excuses, do anything to avoid having to go down to the basement alone. If supplies were needed, we'd go together, talking loudly the whole time, as if our voices could somehow keep whatever was down there at bay. But about 2 months after our conversation, I had to go down alone. It was a Sunday morning. We were short-staffed, and we needed extra tablecloths for a brunch event. Everyone else was busy, and Diane had called in sick. There was no one else to go but me. I stood at the top of the narrow staircase for what felt like forever, gathering my courage. It was just a feeling, I told myself. Nothing had ever actually happened to me down there. No one had ever been hurt. Finally, I took a deep breath and descended the stairs, my footsteps echoing against the stone. The basement was colder than usual that day, the air heavy with a dampness that seemed to cling to my skin. I moved quickly toward the linen storage, keeping my back to the wall, as far from the boiler room door as possible. I found the tablecloths and was turning to leave when I heard it. A soft scraping sound from behind the boiler room door, like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. In 6 years, I'd never heard a sound from that room when I was alone down there. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. "Mike, is that you?" Silence. Then another scrape, louder this time, and then, I swear this happened, the doorknob turned, just a fraction of an inch, but I saw it move. I don't remember running up the stairs. I don't remember dropping the tablecloths. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the kitchen, gasping for breath, with my co-workers staring at me like I'd lost my mind. I quit the next day. I told them it was for a better opportunity, but the truth is, I couldn't set foot in that building again. Diane called me a few weeks later to say she'd quit too. She didn't go into details, just said something happened, and I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. It's been 2 years since I left Whidbey Castle Golf Course, and I still have nightmares about that basement. Sometimes I dream that I'm standing in front of the boiler room door, and it's slowly opening, revealing nothing but darkness inside. But I know something's there, watching me, waiting for me to get close enough to... I don't know what it wanted. I don't know if it was something that came over with those ancient stones, or if it was something that was always there. All I know is that whatever watches from that boiler room is patient. It's been waiting for centuries, and it'll keep waiting. And sometimes, even in my own apartment, I get that feeling again, like there's someone standing just behind me, watching. And I wonder if whatever was in that boiler room somehow followed me home. Story 23. I still get goosebumps talking about this, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened to me when I was 11 years old, spending the summer with my dad in Williston, North Dakota. My parents had split up a few years earlier, and I'd been bouncing between them ever since. That summer, I was staying at my dad's place, this old apartment building that used to be a church way back when. From the moment I first stepped foot in that apartment, something felt off. The building itself was pretty run down, 3 stories tall with those old-style hallways that always seemed dark no matter what time of day it was. Our apartment was on the 3rd floor, at the end of the hallway. It had these weird high ceilings and windows that never seemed to let in enough light. My dad worked long shifts at the oil fields, so I was alone a lot. I didn't mind, usually. I had my games and the internet to keep me company, but that place, I always felt like I was being watched. At night, I'd sleep with my blankets pulled up over my head, even though it was summer and hot as hell. Something about that apartment made me feel like I needed to hide myself. The day it happened was in early July. My dad had left for work around 6 in the morning, and I'd spent most of the day doing what any 11-year-old does when left unsupervised, playing online games and drinking way too much Mountain Dew. By mid-afternoon, I was bouncing off the walls from all the sugar and decided I needed to get out. My grandma lived across town, maybe a 20-minute bike ride away. I figured I'd head over there. She always had cookies, and she wouldn't mind me hanging out until my dad got home. I turned off my computer, grabbed my backpack, and shut off all the lights in the apartment. I remember specifically turning off every single light because my dad always got on my case about the electric bill. I headed down the 3 flights of stairs with my bike. My dad made me keep it inside after someone stole my last one. And I was almost to the front door of the building when I realized I'd forgotten to lock our apartment door. My dad would have killed me if he found out I'd left it unlocked all day, so I propped my bike against the wall and ran back up the stairs. When I reached our door, I just had this weird feeling, like the air was different somehow. I turned the handle and pushed the door open, and that's when I heard it. This rustling sound coming from the kitchen, like someone digging through plastic grocery bags. My first thought was that my dad had come home early, but his work boots weren't by the door where he always left them. I should have run. Every instinct told me to get the hell out of there, but I was frozen. And then, like an idiot, I called out, "Dad?" The rustling stopped immediately. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I took a few steps toward the kitchen, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. That's when I saw him. Standing in our kitchen, leaning against the counter, was a man wearing a cowboy-style hat. But he wasn't normal. He was completely black, like a solid shadow with no dimension to him at all. It was like someone had cut out a man-shaped hole in reality. He was flat, two-dimensional, but somehow still there, physically present in the room. I stood there, unable to move, unable to breathe. And then he turned to look at me. I'll never forget those eyes, stark white against the black nothingness of his face. They weren't normal eyes with pupils or irises, just two white shapes where eyes should be, and then his mouth. It stretched into this slow, white smile that seemed to split his face in half. I screamed. I've never screamed like that before or since. It was pure terror, ripping out of me without conscious thought. I slammed the door and ran down those 3 flights of stairs, faster than I'd ever moved in my life. I was crying, gasping for breath, convinced that thing was right behind me. I hit the ground floor and crashed straight into someone. For a second I was sure it was the shadow cowboy, and I started fighting blindly, trying to get away. "Jake! Jacob! What the hell? Stop it! What's wrong?" It was my dad. He'd gotten off work early and was just coming in. I collapsed against him, sobbing so hard I couldn't speak. He held me by the shoulders, looking at me with genuine fear on his face. "There's someone in the apartment," I finally managed to choke out. "A man, but he's not. He's like a shadow." My dad's face hardened. He told me to stay put and went upstairs. I wanted to scream at him not to go, but I couldn't make my voice work. I just stood there, trembling, staring up the stairwell. After what felt like forever, he came back down. "There's nobody there, Jake. I checked everywhere." I didn't go back to that apartment for 3 days. I stayed at my grandma's, refusing to talk about what happened. My dad thought someone had broken in and scared me, but when nothing was missing, he figured I'd just imagined it, or had some kind of waking nightmare. But I knew what I saw. Eventually, I had to go back. My dad promised to be home more, and for a while, he was. I never saw the shadow cowboy in that apartment again, but I felt him. Every night, I'd lie awake, staring at my bedroom door, terrified he was on the other side. I slept with the lights on until we moved out at the end of summer. I thought that was the end of it. I really did. I convinced myself it had been my imagination, or maybe some kind of hallucination from too much sugar and not enough sleep. I was back living with my mom in Minnesota, starting high school, living a normal life. Then, 4 years later, when I was 15, my friend Tyler stayed over at our house. We'd been up late playing video games, and around 2 in the morning, we decided to grab some snacks from the kitchen. I went to the bathroom while Tyler went ahead to raid the pantry. When I came into the kitchen, Tyler was standing stock still, staring into the open pantry door. His face was completely drained of color. "Dude, what's wrong?" I asked. He turned to me slowly, his eyes wide. "There was a man in your pantry." My blood went cold. "What do you mean?" "A man, but he wasn't..." Tyler struggled to find the words. "He wasn't like a real person. He was all black, like a shadow, but standing there. He had a cowboy hat on, and his eyes, they were white, and he smiled at me." I felt like I was going to throw up. Tyler had just described, detail for detail, what I had seen 4 years earlier in my dad's apartment, over 500 miles away. He had never heard that story. I'd never told anyone. "You believe me, right?" Tyler asked, his voice shaking. "I'm not making this up." I believed him. God help me, I believed every word. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, sitting back to back in the living room so nothing could sneak up on either of us. In the morning, Tyler went home, and we never really talked about it again. But things weren't the same between us after that. That second sighting changed everything for me. It wasn't just a random encounter anymore. This thing, whatever it was, had followed me from North Dakota to Minnesota for 4 years. The thought made me feel violated in a way I can't explain, like nowhere was safe, no part of my life was truly private. I started seeing a therapist who suggested it might be some kind of shared hallucination, or that Tyler had overheard me talking about my experience in my sleep, but I know that's not what happened. The worst part is the uncertainty. How long had it been following me before I first saw it in Williston? How many times has it been in my room, watching me sleep? Is it with me right now as I'm writing this? I'm 23 now. I haven't seen the shadow cowboy in 8 years. But I feel him sometimes. A pressure in the room, like the air gets thicker. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something dark moving just out of sight. I've researched shadow people, hat men, all sorts of paranormal phenomena. There are others who've seen similar things, but nothing exactly like my cowboy. What does he want? Why me? I still sleep with the light on. I still check behind doors and inside closets, and I still can't shake the feeling that someday I'll turn around and he'll be there again with those white eyes and that terrible smile. The shadow cowboy is out there, and sometimes I think he's just waiting for me to forget about him before he shows himself again. Story 24. I've never been the type to share personal stuff online, but after what happened in my son's nursery 3 weeks ago, I can't stop thinking about it. I need to tell someone who might understand because my husband thinks I'm overthinking things, and I can't exactly bring this up at our church group without sounding crazy. My son Ethan is 6 months old now. He's my first baby, and like most new mums, I worry about everything. Is he eating enough? Is he sleeping enough? Is he developing normally? But on top of all those normal worries, I've always had this overwhelming feeling that I need to protect him spiritually. I know that probably sounds weird to some people, but my faith has always been important to me. That night started like any other. It was around 8:30, and I was in Ethan's nursery, rocking him before putting him down for the night. We had finished his bedtime bottle, and he was getting drowsy in my arms, making those little baby sighs that just melt your heart. His room was quiet except for the white noise machine we use to help him sleep. We keep it on a low setting, just enough to mask household sounds. The nursery isn't anything fancy. Pale blue walls, a white crib with a simple mobile hanging above it, a rocking chair where I was sitting, a changing table, a small bookshelf, and a lamp on the dresser. The lamp was off, and the only light came from the small nightlight shaped like a moon in the corner of the room. As I rocked Ethan, I started praying quietly over him like I often do. Nothing elaborate, just asking God to protect him, to watch over him while he slept, to keep him safe and healthy. It's something I've done every night since we brought him home from the hospital. I remember glancing up at the mobile above his crib. It's a simple one with little felt clouds and stars, and that's when I noticed it was moving. Not just swaying slightly, but actually rotating slowly, as if someone had just spun it. At first I thought maybe the air conditioning had kicked on, but we keep the vents partially closed in his room, because I'd read that too much air blowing on babies isn't good for them. Besides, I couldn't feel any air movement at all. The room was completely still. I stared at the mobile, watching it turn. There was something deliberate about its movement that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't slowing down like it would if someone had spun it and left it to gradually stop. It maintained the same slow, steady rotation. Now, I'm not the type to jump to supernatural conclusions. I'm generally pretty practical. But sitting there in the dim light, watching that mobile move when nothing should have been moving it, I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. Ethan was nearly asleep by then, his eyes heavy and his breathing deeper. I carefully stood up, trying not to disturb him, and walked to the crib to lay him down. As I leaned over to place him on the mattress, I passed directly under the mobile. It stopped moving completely. The silence in the room suddenly felt heavy, like the air had thickened. I gently laid Ethan down, careful not to wake him, and pulled his light blanket up to his chest. The whole time, I kept glancing up at the now motionless mobile, half expecting it to start moving again. I took a step back from the crib, and that's when I felt it, this overwhelming sense that we weren't alone in the room. It wasn't like I saw anything or heard anything specific. It was more like that feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind, a presence. I could feel it as clearly as I could feel the carpet under my feet. My heart started racing, but I tried to stay calm. I didn't want to scare Ethan or wake him up now that he was finally asleep, but I also couldn't ignore what I was feeling. It was like something was watching us, watching him. I've never considered myself particularly brave, but something instinctual kicked in, a mother's protection maybe. Without really planning to, I found myself speaking out loud, my voice barely above a whisper but firm. My son is covered in the blood of Jesus and is protected by him and his angels, I said, my voice gaining strength with each word. Whatever is not of the Lord, be gone. The instant those final words left my mouth, the lamp on the dresser flashed brightly. Not just turned on, but flashed like a camera flash, illuminating the entire room for a split second before going dark again. It was so sudden and so bright that I gasped and automatically looked toward the lamp. It was still off, but I had seen it light up. I know I did. My hands were shaking as I backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on Ethan's crib. He was still sleeping peacefully, completely undisturbed by what had just happened. The mobile above him remained still. The room felt different now, lighter somehow, like whatever pressure I'd felt had dissipated. I stood in the doorway for several minutes, just watching, waiting to see if anything else would happen. But the room remained quiet and still. Eventually, I pulled the door partially closed, never fully shut so we can hear him if he cries, and went to find my husband, Mark. He was in the living room watching a basketball game. When I told him what had happened, he looked at me with that mix of concern and skepticism that I've come to know well since Ethan was born. He thinks my lack of sleep has made me prone to imagining things. The lamp was off, Sarah, he said gently. It couldn't have flashed. I know what I saw, I insisted. Come check it. We went back to Ethan's room together, and Mark examined the lamp. It was an ordinary table lamp with a simple on-off switch on the cord. It was definitely turned off. Maybe it was headlights from a passing car, he suggested, but I shook my head. Ethan's room faces the backyard, not the street. Mark flipped the switch to test the lamp, and it worked perfectly normally. No flashing, just a steady glow that lit up the room. He switched it off again and gave me that look, the one that says he's humoring me, but doesn't really believe me. There's no such thing as ghosts, babe, he said, putting his arm around my shoulders. You're exhausted. New mom anxiety is making you see things. But I know what I experienced, the mobile moving on its own, that heavy feeling in the room, and that flash of light that came immediately after my words. It wasn't my imagination. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept checking the baby monitor, watching Ethan's peaceful breathing, half expecting to see the mobile start turning again or the lamp flashing. But nothing happened. The rest of the night was completely normal. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went into Ethan's room while he was napping and just stood there, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it a ghost? An angel? Something else entirely? I've always believed in God and in the spiritual realm, but I'd never experienced anything like this before. I checked the lamp again, looking for any loose wiring or anything that might explain the flash. Nothing. The mobile hung motionless above the crib, just an innocent baby toy. Over the next few days, I found myself watching for signs, jumping at small noises in the house, checking the baby monitor more frequently. Mark noticed my anxiety and suggested maybe I should talk to someone, meaning a therapist, not people online who might encourage what he sees as paranoia. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. I don't know if what happened was good or bad. Was it a protective presence responding to my prayer? Or was it something negative that was forced to leave when I spoke those words? The fact that Ethan slept peacefully through the whole thing makes me think maybe it wasn't threatening. But then why did it make itself known at all? I've been praying more intensely since that night, not just over Ethan, but throughout our home. I've even placed small crosses in each room, something I never thought I'd do, as I've always found that sort of thing a bit superstitious. Mark thinks I'm overreacting, but he lets me do it because he knows it makes me feel better. 3 weeks have passed, and nothing similar has happened again. Sometimes I wonder if I really did imagine it all. Maybe Mark is right. Maybe it was just new mom anxiety combined with sleep deprivation. But then I remember how real it felt. The deliberate movement of the mobile, the heaviness in the air, the flash of light that couldn't be explained. I've researched similar experiences online, read countless stories about spiritual encounters, but none quite match what happened to me. I've considered talking to our pastor about it, but I'm worried he'll either think I'm looking for attention or that I'm dabbling in things I shouldn't be. So I'm left with questions that I don't know how to answer. Was something trying to communicate with me? Was it acknowledging my prayer? Was it warning me, protecting us? I just don't know. All I know for certain is that something happened in my son's nursery that night, something I can't explain. And while nothing has happened since, I can't shake the feeling that it changed something in me. I'm more aware now, more alert to the possibility that there's more to our world than what we can see and touch. I check that lamp every night now, making sure it's working properly and turned off before I leave Ethan's room, and every night as I rock him to sleep, I say the same prayer, half expecting, half fearing that something might answer again.